Chapter 3670. Qianya was hesitating as well. If there were 2 9 lives flowers, she could let Ling Xiao try. But if there was only 1 left, she couldn't afford to lose. Just as she was about to give the order, a strange fragrance suddenly assaulted her nose. "What's going on?" Qianya asked. "My lord, it's coming from the direction of the Danxia Palace." Could it be that he succeeded in concocting the pill? No way. It's only been an hour. Qianya was completely dumbfounded. But after a brief moment, Ling Xiao walked into the room excitedly. He even forgot about the announcement. As for Gui Su, who was kneeling on the floor, he didn't even look at him. "Xiaolong, hurry up and eat this 9 lives pill. I told you, you've profited from a disaster." He didn't even look at Qianya and old madam. He walked straight to the bed and gave the 9 lives pill to Zilong trusted Ling Xiao, just like how he trusted his own sister. Therefore, before anyone could say anything, he swallowed the pill. After a brief moment, 9 different colored lights shone from Zilong's body. Following that, he let out a painful roar. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. Qianya was about to rush over. "Stop! No one is allowed to come over." But he was stopped by Ling Xiao's shout. After spitting out the mouthful of blood, Zilong's pale face instantly regained its color. Then he walked down from the bed. Circulating his true yuan, he charged toward Qianya. Qianya easily blocked his attack. Qianya was surprised. "Xiaolong, you've broken through to the 2nd tier, Divine Core Realm. Hee, now you know how powerful my brother is, right?" "Ling Xiao." "No, I'll call you Brother Ling Xiao from now on. You're qualified to call me that." Zilong was extremely excited. This time, not only had his injuries healed, he had also broken through to the next realm. Just like what Ling Xiao said, he had profited from a disaster. "You can leave now." Qianya glanced at Gui Su and said, "You should thank him for helping you. If it wasn't for his success, I wouldn't be in such a good mood." Gui Su would thank Ling Xiao? No, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. If Ling Xiao also failed, then it would prove his words that the 9 lives pill was extremely difficult to refine. But now, Ling Xiao had succeeded. Wouldn't that mean that he was incompetent? Clearly, Ling Xiao had done nothing wrong in this matter, but the sinkhole hated Ling Xiao. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. Only then did he turn around and leave. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this. He was still immersed in the joy of the purple dragon's recovery. The old madam and Qianya were also very happy. At the same time, the good news spread throughout the king's mansion. At that moment, most of the people in the king's residence were overjoyed. "Sister, let's not just celebrate. We haven't thanked Brother Ling Xiao yet." Now that Zilong called Ling Xiao Big Brother Ling Xiao, it was really smooth. Hearing Zilong's words, Qianya nodded and said, "Pass down the order. Set up a banquet. I want to treat the benefactor of the king's residence well." The banquet at the king's residence was very lively, but Ling Xiao didn't like this kind of liveliness. Qianya seemed to have seen through him, so she ordered everyone to eat. Instead, she brought Ling Xiao and Zilong to the top of the pavilion and looked down at the entire purple spirit capital. She chuckled and said, "Ling Xiao, tell me, what reward do you want? As long as it's something I can do, I'll give it to you." She had to give him a reward. Otherwise, it would be difficult to repay a favor. To be honest, Ling Xiao really hadn't thought of what he wanted. It was not that he didn't need it, but it was precisely because he needed too many things now. The 9 transformation technique was gradually unable to keep up with the improvement of his strength. A set of 2nd-level Emperor-class martial arts techniques was a must. In addition, he also needed the Demon Beast Crystal Core, especially the demon beast crystal core that could help his beast soul level up. He still needed a lot. In addition, he needed as many upper-level spirit stones as there were. Don't worry, you can think about it slowly. Qianya smiled and said, "There's another thing that I want to tell you. Do you know that the small purple spirit nation will hold a national martial arts competition in 3 days?" I really didn't know about this. Even in front of Qianya, Ling Zhao's performance was still as calm as ever. He wasn't overbearing or arrogant, but he wasn't afraid or nervous either. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Wow, so the National Martial Arts Competition is in 3 days. I almost forgot. Zilong said excitedly, "Brother Ling Xiao, this National Martial Arts Competition is amazing. As long as you're below 30 years old and your cultivation is above the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm, you can participate. The champion of the martial arts competition will not only get 5 million upper-level spirit stones as a reward. There are other good things too. Can I participate in this martial arts competition?" Hearing that there were 5 million upper-level spirit stones as a reward, Ling Xiao was tempted. After he obtained the Crimson Thunder God, he could spend money like water. With 5 million upper-level spirit stones, he could at least use it for a while. Of course you can. I'm telling you this because I want you to participate in this martial arts competition. In addition to the 5 million upper-level spirit stones, the top 3 of the martial arts competition can also become my inner disciple. I'll personally teach you and answer your doubts. Qianya looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see excitement on Ling Zhao's face. But she was disappointed. Compared to the 5 million upper-level spirit stones, just now, this reward didn't seem to attract Ling Xiao at all. "You don't want to be my disciple?" Qianya was surprised. "I just think that the monarch seems to be a little stingy." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I've saved young Master Zilong twice. If you really want to thank me, you can take me as your disciple directly. If I participate in the martial arts competition and get the first place, it's my own strength. That's my own ability. It can't be considered a reward or a thank you at all." "Yes, sister, you're too stingy," Zilong teased as well. Cough, cough. Qianya, am very particular when I accept a disciple. How can I accept one so easily? If others knew about this, they would say I'm messing around. Qianya let out 2 dry coughs and said, "All right, this isn't a reward. Just treat it as my expectation." Zilong smiled and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, the reward is something else. You have to participate in this martial arts competition. Although 5 million upper-level spirit stones isn't a small amount, but if you become my sister's inner disciple, you'll get a lot of benefits. In this tiny violet spirit kingdom, more than 1 billion young men want to become her inner disciple." Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in becoming Qianya's disciple. Qianya was only a peak 5th heavenly core warrior. It wouldn't take long for him to surpass Qianya. There was no need for that. Besides, he would soon leave this tiny violet spirit kingdom. Becoming a master didn't mean much to him. Although many people wanted to become Qianya's disciple, Jiang Chun didn't care. He didn't have that kind of thought. "Can I not become your disciple? Let's talk as equals. How about I call you sister like Zilong?" Ling Xiao suddenly said. If it was his sister, he didn't need to care too much. Sometimes she was even closer than his master. If it was his master, didn't that mean he was a generation younger than Zilong? Chapter 3671. Hee, you're an interesting young man. Looks like your ambition doesn't lie in the Purple Kingdom. Qianya smiled and said, "No problem. If you get first place, we'll call each other brother and sister. I'll treat you like my own brother. I'm sure Zilong will be happy as well." For Ziqinya. If Ling Xiao could really get first place in the national martial competition, it would mean that he was talented. If that was the case, then it meant that he had extraordinary talent. It was not a big deal for him to be his younger brother, master and disciple, or sister and brother. It was just a formality. She didn't care. What she cared about was Ling Xiao. This is great. Then we'll really be brothers, Zilong said excitedly. But Brother Ling Xiao, I'm worried for you. How dare you refuse to be Sister's disciple? You're really something. I believe Sister Queen isn't an unreasonable person. Ling Xiao smiled. His confidence came from what he had done. He had saved Zilong's life twice, and he had concocted a 9-life pill within an hour. Others might not be able to concoct it in 10 days. Ziqinya wouldn't kill him. At least, she wouldn't do it in front of Zilong, otherwise the relationship between the two of them would never be the same as it used to be. Of course, he didn't think Ziqinya was a stingy person. This was one of the most important reasons. If he became Ziqinya's brother, his status would rise as well, although it might not be as high as Zilong's. But in the Purple Kingdom, if anyone dared to bully him, they would have to look at the Buddha behind him. No one dared to offend him. You seem to be very confident in yourself. The National Martial Competition has gathered all the geniuses from the Purple Spirit Kingdom. You can't be careless, Ziqinya reminded him. May I ask if there are any second-stage Divine Core warriors in the martial competition? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Of course there aren't any. After all, Xiaolong is the only one in the entire Purple Kingdom who is as lucky as him. I don't think there are any first-stage Divine Core warriors. A first-stage Divine Core warrior below 30 years old. Besides those geniuses from the King City, it's rare to find someone like this in our Purple Spirit Kingdom. Of course, I'm not sure. If you really do encounter it, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. But as long as you can get into the top 3, I don't expect you to be the champion. Ziqinya smiled. That's simple. I dare say that no one below the Divine Vein realm is a match for me. If he didn't even have this bit of confidence, how would I dare to be your monarch's younger brother? Isn't that overestimating himself? Ling Xiao said. Actually, Jiang Chun was being modest. If he had the chance, even if he was a second-level Divine Core warrior, he would still be able to defeat Jiang Chun. He might even be able to defeat him. In his eyes, a Divine Vein realm cultivator was no different from a wooden puppet that could not move. They were easily dealt with. Of course, he would not underestimate his opponent. After all, he was not the only genius in this world. Perhaps others could also challenge those of a higher level like him. I hope you're confident and not conceited. Ziqinya looked at Ling Xiao and said, After all, even I wouldn't dare to say such words at your age. You'll be laughed at for boasting shamelessly. Why would I care if others laugh at me? Since the day I started practicing martial arts, there have been endless jokes. But those people have become jokes in front of me. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone, Sister Monarch, since we finished talking about the martial Dao competition, shouldn't we talk about the reward? Don't you think it's a bit vulgar to ask for a reward directly? It's as if you saved my Zilong just to get some benefits. Ziqinya laughed. Of course, she was joking. Vulgar? I'm just a vulgar person. I only know that it'll be a waste if I don't take something that can increase my strength. Saving Zilong is my business, and it's up to Sister Monarch to ask for a reward or not. It's up to you. As long as you're not afraid of others calling you stingy, I don't care. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're really different from others. You're straightforward. How about this? To thank you for saving my Zilong, I'll give you a gift. Also, I'll give you a Divine Grade Emperor weapon and a set of Second Order Emperor martial skill. What weapon do you use? Ziqinya asked. Sword. Ling Xiao said. Okay, I'll take you to the monarch's mansion's private storage now. Among them were weapons and martial techniques. You can choose for yourself. Ziqinya was straightforward and directly brought Ling Xiao to the private storage. Since Si Long was bored, he followed along as well. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the private storage, he opened his Tai Chi eye. In an instant, he found a good item. He cultivated the Khanate God Fiend sword soul, and the most suitable weapon for him was the Yin-Yang twin swords. The Ice Age was of the Yin attribute, and if it was forcefully separated, its power would naturally be weakened. Therefore, he had been looking for a weapon that could be used together. That's it. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction. There was a black metal box over there. That won't do. Ziqinya frowned. Sister, you won't regret it, right? Zilong teased. Don't talk nonsense. That metal box has been sealed long ago. It's an evil sword, Bloody Sun World. Those who have used this sword have all died without a burial ground. Ziqinya explained. That's why this sword has been sealed. What if I want it? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. I still can't give it to you. I can't harm you. Ziqinya shook his head. How about this? Let's do a test. Let's see if my life is tough enough, or if this evil sword is evil enough. Ling Xiao looked at Ziqinya and said. Ziqinya had no choice but to open the seal. In an instant, the temperature in the private storage increased by a lot. The Ice Age in Ling Xiao's storage ring reacted as well. It's indeed a good sword, a divine emperor weapon. I can use it until I reach the third divine core realm. During this period of time, this Bloody Sun World will be able to accompany me. Ling Xiao excitedly grabbed the sword. Just like the Ice Age, this sword was stubborn. Even in his hand, it was still resisting, as if it was going to rebel. Ling Xiao sneered. Then a frightening and domineering aura erupted from his body. In this universe, only I am the strongest. Even Ziqinya and Zilong were shocked by his aura. Both of them nearly kneeled down in front of Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's overall strength was weaker than them, the aura he emitted was just too powerful. When the Bloody Sun World sensed the frightening aura, it immediately became obedient. Ling Xiao suddenly threw the sword into the air. Ziqinya and Zilong were startled. If the sword fell straight down, it would definitely pierce through Ling Xiao's head. Don't move, just watch. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the Bloody Sun World. The sword did emit an evil aura, but in front of him, it was nothing. When the tip of the sword was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao's head, something miraculous happened. That sword actually stopped on its own. It seems like my life is stronger than the evil qi of this sword. Ling Xiao let out a hearty laugh. He retracted the Bloody Sun World. Ziqinya was dumbfounded. Chapter 3672. Seeing Ling Xiao put away the Blood Sun Palace, Ziqinya suddenly said, Actually, this Blood Sun World is just a replica. The real Blood Sun World is a genuine heavenly king weapon. If you can break through to the third divine core realm, I'll give it to you. Really? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Although I'm not a gentleman, I still keep my word. Ziqinya nodded her head. Thank you, Sister Monarch. Ling Xiao was really excited. The real Blood Sun World was a heavenly king weapon, and it was on the same level as the 100 Transformations weapon. Once he broke through to the third divine core realm, he would be able to combine the two swords. The 100 Transformations weapon could turn into a treasured sword with the same element as the Ice Age. Don't thank me, this is your performance, and it's the decision I made. To be honest, Ziqinya never expected that Ling Xiao would be able to make the Blood Sun World submit to him, especially that terrifying domineering aura. It was as if he was the most powerful being in the world. Even Ziqinya was trembling. In front of her, Ling Xiao had become even more mysterious. "Where's the martial skill you chose?" Zilong asked. Zilong was curious about this brother of his, who wasn't his real brother, but was closer to him than his real brother. Ling Xiao responded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a jade slip appeared in his hand. Emperor-level martial skills, many of them couldn't be described with simple words. Most of them only had one source. Then they would be stored in something, and people would be able to comprehend them. Everyone would comprehend the same source, but the actual usage of the martial skill would be vastly different. A martial skill that was recorded in words might not be suitable for oneself, as it belonged to someone else's experience. It was too rigid. Therefore, it was better to use a martial skill that varied from person to person. "Little guy, you have a good eye for martial skills. This is the best second-level Emperor-class martial skill in our king's mansion. When cultivated to the great perfection stage, it is comparable to a third-grade Emperor-level martial skill. When cultivated to the perfection stage, it is even more incredible. But this martial skill is very difficult to cultivate. Even I could only cultivate to the first form. This martial skill only has a total of 4 moves. No one has ever successfully learned the last 3 moves." Ziqinya truly admired Ling Xiao's foresight. "Hee, then I'm in luck." Ling Xiao looked at the jade tablet. There were only 3 words written on it: Blood Shadow Sword. He hadn't read the details yet. He hoped that he could master the first move by the time of the National Martial Arts Competition. Although the power of the last move of the 9 Revolutions Godly Demon technique was comparable to a low-grade second-order Emperor-class martial skill, it was only a matter of time. However, compared to a true high-grade second-order Emperor-grade martial skill, its power was still far inferior. This could become one of Ling Xiao's trump cards. "All right, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Zilong will arrange a room for you. Cultivate well and prepare for the National Martial Arts Competition in 3 days." Ziqinya smiled. He led them out of the private vault. This private storehouse was equivalent to the combination of a large sex armory and a book collection vault. Not only was it heavily guarded, but it was also heavily guarded. If not for Ziqinya, even Yu Qilong wouldn't be able to break in. "Let's go, Brother Ling Xiao. I will take you to your room. You can stay next to me." Zilong grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and said excitedly, this Zilong was still a child after all. Compared to the mature Ling Xiao, Zilong was much younger. Of course, that was only his mental age. On the way, Zilong filled Ling Xiao in on the details of the National Martial Arts Competition. Other than the 5 million superior grade spirit stones and the title of the Lord's inner disciple, there were other rewards. In addition, there were 3 purple sun pills and an oracle bone fossil. The purple sun pill was needless to say. Ling Xiao only needed 2 more pills to complete the 10 pills. With these 3 pills, he could begin to make the purple sun fortune pill. As for the oracle bone fossil, he had heard of it before. It was a key material for the cultivation of defensive martial arts or physique. Ling Xiao's divine body of the black tortoise was a little outdated. Obtaining this oracle bone fossil was also extremely beneficial to him. However, other than the apprenticeship, the other rewards could only be obtained by the champion. This time, he had to give it his all. He could not lose to the geniuses of the small purple spirit kingdom. After returning to the room, Ling Xiao and Zilong went to cultivate separately. Zilong had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Ling Xiao had obtained the Blood Shadow Sword and needed to cultivate. At the same time, Yu Qilong had returned to his mansion in Chaoyang City. Tang Yi was kneeling in front of him, not daring to move. Tang Yi was yelled at by Yu Qilong outside the Lord's mansion. Tang Yi was really shocked at that time. He did not know how he offended Yu Qilong. Even now, he was still in a daze. Where were you waiting for Ling Xiao just now? Yu Qilong finally spoke. Tang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. That deathly silence was enough to scare someone to death. Yes, General. That Ling Xiao had no respect for his superior. He injured the corporal and escaped from Chaoyang City. Tang Yi hastily said, I don't want to hear about this. Tell me the real Ling Xiao. Everything you know. I don't want to hear any exaggeration. Also, don't hide anything from me. You know my temper. A mere captain was nothing in front of a lieutenant general. Yu Qilong didn't even ask Tang Yi to stand up. Instead, he asked him to kneel down. But Tang Yi didn't complain. After hearing what Yu Qilong said, he suddenly realized something. Ling Xiao must have offended this lieutenant general. Just as well, I'll tell him everything I know and let this Ling Xiao have his way. Of course, he didn't dare to exaggerate. A 4th-level divine core, warrior's divine, sense was extremely powerful. As long as he lied, Yu Qilong would be able to tell. But Tang Yi still hid some things. He believed that Yu Qilong wouldn't be able to tell. The thing he hid was that he was seriously injured by Ling Xiao. It was too embarrassing, and he couldn't bring himself to say it. As for the rest, he told Yu Qilong everything. In fact, he knew a lot of things about Ling Xiao. He knew about how Ling Xiao killed Lei Bao, Tang Chu Nunnery, and Cheng Qian. Great, this is great. He actually killed my sergeant centurion, and even a chiliarch, even a 9th-level divine vein realm martial artist isn't a match for him. Yu Qilong was actually very surprised. He didn't know what had happened to Ling Xiao before, but now that he knew, he felt like he had invited a wolf into his house. He didn't like this kind of wild and unruly man. He preferred dogs, obedient dogs. Since he couldn't keep this kind of man for his own use, he had to kill him. Report. Right at this moment, a black figure dashed into the room. Tang Yi, you can get lost now. Yu Qilong sent Tang Yi away. Then he turned to the black figure and said, Tell me what happened. General, the King Palace has successfully concocted the 9 lives pill. The black figure said, That's impossible. I've obviously done something to those 2 9 lives flowers. Even the alchemists in the King City wouldn't be able to do it. Gui Su from the King Palace doesn't have the ability to do so. Yu Qilong shouted. Chapter 3673. Not Gui Su, it's Ling Xiao. The black figure answered. Ling Xiao, how is this possible? Are you sure? Yu Qilong was shocked. General, my information has never been wrong. It was that Ling Xiao who concocted the 9 lives pill in just 1 hour. The black figure said, with certainty. All right, is there anything else? Although Yu Qilong still couldn't accept this fact, he was after all a man who had been through a lot. He wouldn't mess himself up because of such a small matter. Yes. The black figure continued. Lord Zi Qianya asked Ling Xiao to participate in the national martial competition, and it seems like she wants to use this opportunity to publicly announce her disciple. She wants to recruit Ling Xiao as her disciple. Humph, in her dreams. Yu Qilong let out a cold snort and said, This Ling Xiao, since he has such amazing alchemy skills, he can't fall into Zi Qianya's hands. But with Ling Xiao's strength, he can kill a 9th-level divine vein warrior. I'm afraid even a half-step divine core warrior might not be his match. It's very easy for him to enter the top 3. The black figure said, It's not up to him. Go to the Blood Sun Kingdom right now and bring Nie Shuang back to me. She's from the Purple Spirit Kingdom. I'm going to the Blood Sun Kingdom for my lifelong happiness, but that bitch Zi Qianya always keeps me at arm's length. This time, I don't care anymore. Yu Qilong said coldly. Yes, Lord. The black figure disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Nie Shuang was Yu Qilong's favorite woman, but for the sake of the family, he couldn't be with Nie Shuang. He had no choice but to let Nie Shuang leave the Blood Sun Kingdom. But now, he didn't want to pursue Zi Qianya anymore, because he had given her 2 9-lives flowers. That bitch Zi Qianya only treated him slightly better. She called him a friend. This made him very angry. He wanted to use a more radical method to solve the mission assigned to him by the family. With this, Nie Shuang could come back. Besides, Nie Shuang was younger than him, and she was more talented than him. She was the true number 1 genius of the Purple Spirit Kingdom. He would definitely surpass Zi Qianya in the future. Right now, Nie Shuang was 25 years old, and she was a peak first Divine Core warrior. If she were to make a move, Ling Xiao would not be a problem at all. He wanted Ling Xiao to die in the martial arts competition. A moment later, another person entered the hall. He was a major general at the 3rd Divine Core realm, second only to Yu Qilong. Yu Hao, is everything settled? Yu Qilong looked at Yu Hao and asked, General, don't worry. No one will ever know that it was us who sent people to assassinate Zilong. Yu Hao said indifferently. Too bad. He's a 2nd Divine Core Major General, and he's extremely loyal to me. But he had to die. It's all that Ling Xiao's fault. Yu Qilong actually knew that after the 2nd assassination attempt failed, he had already begun to act. Yu Hao was his cousin, and also his most capable helper. Thus, he carried out the operation of silencing the witness for him, because he couldn't afford any mistakes in his plan. That assassin had failed twice. He was even forced to use the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Once his identity was exposed, he had to die. Ling Xiao will be a variable in the future. If we want to get the real Bloody Sun world from the Z family, I'm afraid we have to kill him. Yu Hao suddenly said, Bloody Sun world. Nie Shuang has investigated thoroughly. The family's suspicion is correct. There is a huge secret hidden within the Bloody Sun world. In order to get the 1st and 2nd generation Bloody Sun world, our family has sacrificed many people. This time, we have to succeed. Yu Qilong gritted his teeth and said, Therefore, Nie Shuang has to come back. In just 2 days, a mysterious girl appeared in Chaoyang City. Chaoyang City never lacked women. There were many powerful female warriors in the Z family army as well, but there weren't many who were as feminine as Nie Shuang. As she walked, she exuded a certain charm, as if she was a walking flower that could attract bees and butterflies wherever she went. This girl was Nie Shuang. Her name didn't match her personality at all. Her name was cold, but her personality was hot. Her appearance was charming, but no one dared to look at Nie Shuang. Everyone knew that Nie Shuang was Yu Qilong's woman. Because of Zi Qianya, she left the small Purple Spirit Kingdom. Now she was back. The purple dress made Nie Shuang look noble and graceful. She was also a beauty, but the Moon Lady was fresh and elegant, like a fairy. Nie Shuang, on the other hand, was the best in the mortal world. She seemed to be more in line with the tastes of most men. No one stopped Nie Shuang. She swayed her graceful body and followed Major General Yu Hao to Yu Qilong's residence. The man she had been thinking about day and night finally changed his mind. He was no longer obsessed with that bitch Zi Qianya. She was very happy. Most of the soldiers in the Z family army didn't dare to raise their heads. Occasionally, a few of them raised their heads, but they were all new recruits. However, when Nie Shuang glanced at them, they were immediately attracted to her and walked up to her subconsciously. Then they heard a scream. His eyes were pierced by a sword. Nie Shuang, they are all Z family army soldiers. It's a pity that they are blind. Yu Hao laughed. He didn't mean to blame them at all. It was more like chatting. Then I'll kill them. Nie Shuang sneered. Her sword flashed, and the blind man became a dead man. How terrifying! That woman! After Nie Shuang left, the people finally dared to whisper. Yeah, she killed people without saying anything. She's a devil. Sure, do you want to die? She's the general's woman and a peerless genius. I heard that the nation lord Ziqianya and our general are not as talented as her. She's so powerful. No wonder she looks so young, but her aura is already as terrifying as that of a captain. I know, right? I heard that her talent is in the top 10 even in the entire Z family kingdom. She's just a little cruel. I really hope someone can teach her a lesson. I suddenly thought of someone. Who? Ling Xiao. Bah, Ling Xiao is not worthy of being compared to her. Don't be ridiculous. Even Ling Xiao is going to die for disrespecting her today. Ling Xiao was able to defeat a 7th Divine Vein warrior. That's already pretty good. She is a Divine Core warrior. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps both of them will participate in this year's National Martial Competition. At that time, we'll know who's stronger and who's weaker. While they were talking, Nie Shuang and Yu Hao had arrived at Yu Qilong's residence. The general is waiting for you in the mansion. I won't be going in. Yu Hao smiled at Nie Shuang. Then he turned around and left. Nie Shuang looked at the general's mansion in front of her. She felt like she had never seen it before. When she left, she was only 16 years old. Now 9 years had passed. It was all because of Ziqianya that she had to leave her home. But this time, she was finally back. I wonder why Brother Qilong is looking for me. While thinking about this, Nie Shuang had already stepped into the general's mansion. Chapter 3674. Baby! When he saw Nie Shuang, Yu Qilong was more excited than anyone else, although he had many women. However, Nie Shuang was the only one that he could not forget. He missed her day and night. Although Ziqianya was beautiful and had a high status, she was too cold. He didn't like her. He preferred women who knew how to please men. Brother Qilong. When Nie Shuang saw Yu Qilong, she was like a flower that bloomed, releasing all of her fragrance. In this general's mansion, they weren't a superior and subordinate. They were purely a man and a woman. After a round of craziness, both of them sat down on the bed and started chatting. Baby, I've been in the Blood Sun Kingdom for so long, it's so tiring. I have to endure Ziqianya's cold face every day. I can't take it anymore. Yu Qilong's body was covered in sweat. This round of craziness lasted for half an hour, and he didn't even use any true yuan. That was even more exciting. Shuang, doesn't want to hear about that woman. Why don't you get down to business? After being nourished by the rain, Nie Shuang looked even more charming. She was extremely attractive. If not for Yu Qilong's extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to take it. All right, let's get down to business. Yu Qilong suddenly became serious. You know, the Yu family has always wanted the 2 Blood Sun World Swords from the Z family. One is the 1st generation, and the other is the 2nd generation. One is a Heavenly King weapon. The other is a Divine Emperor weapon. Of course I know, but although a Heavenly King weapon is precious, the Yu family should have one as well. As for a Divine Emperor weapon, the Yu family doesn't lack one either. Nie Shuang was puzzled. That's why I don't understand why the Yu family sacrificed dozens of warriors for those 2 swords. Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Those 2 swords were made by the weapon craftsmen from the Blood Sun Kingdom. You've been in the Blood Sun Kingdom for 9 years, and everything you've investigated is related to the Blood Sun world. Yu Qilong said with a smile. The Blood Sun scripture is related to the Blood Sun world. Nie Shuang was shocked. That's right. According to a reliable source, the first and second part of the Blood Sun scripture is hidden in the Blood Sun World swords. You should know that the first part of the Blood Sun scripture is extremely fast for warriors between the divine vein and the divine core realm. It is a cultivation's accelerator. It can increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times. Furthermore, it could also increase a martial artist's comprehension and success rate in cultivating martial skills. The most amazing thing was that it could ensure that the inner core would not be damaged if Zi Long cultivated the Blood Yang scripture. This time, there was no need for the 9 lives pill. As for the second section of the Blood Sun scripture, it has the same effect for those between the 3rd and 9th divine core realm. Yu Qilong explained, according to my observations, the Zi family doesn't seem to know the secret of the Blood Sun world. Originally, I wanted to marry Zi Qianya and take the 2 Blood Sun heavens for myself. It was just 2 lousy swords. He believed that she would not be stingy. The reason why he wanted to get rid of Zi Long was because he didn't want him to become a contender. However, there was some trouble now. According to the latest news, Zi Qianya, that stupid woman, actually gave Bloody Sun World to a young man called Ling Xiao. This young man had repeatedly done shocking things. This marshal is worried that he will discover the secret of Bloody Sun World. At that time, it will be even more difficult to obtain it. That's why I asked you to come back this time. Aside from marrying this marshal, it's more important. It's to deal with him. Who is this Ling Xiao? Nie Shuang asked curiously. An ordinary Purple Palace soldier. Yu Qilong said, Hee, Brother Qilong, you're so funny. How can an ordinary Purple Palace soldier pose any threat to us? Why don't you just ask him to hand over the Blood Sun world? Nie Shuang didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In the beginning, I had the same thought as you, but now I don't dare to look down on him. Do you know that he stopped my subordinate from assassinating Zi Long twice? That subordinate is a 2nd level divine core major general. Yu Qilong furrowed his brows and said, so strong. Don't tell me his cultivation is at the 3rd divine core realm? Nie Shuang was startled. No, he is only at the 8th divine vein realm. There is no doubt about that. But this young man is too strange. When he was at the 4th divine vein realm, he killed one of my Kiliarchs, Cheng Qian. He has a lot of secrets. Yu Qilong shook his head and said, I'll give you all the information about this young man now. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at Nie Shuang's forehead. After a brief moment, a series of images flashed across Nie Shuang's mind. She now knew a lot about Ling Xiao. What an interesting young man. He saved Zi Long the first time because your men were careless. His speed is pretty good, but you need to be careful of that strange escaping skill. He killed Cheng Qian because of his strategy. First, he sneak attacked Zi Long while invisible. Then, he attacked continuously, not giving Cheng Qian any chance to breathe. This proves that he is smart and calculative. When he was at the 4th divine vein realm, his attack was strong enough to kill a 9th level divine vein warrior. The second time he saved Zi Long, this is interesting. That blood-red lightning bolt is probably one of his magical items. Your men didn't underestimate him, but they underestimated the power of the lightning bolt. Also, this young man knows how to attack with his soul. His purpose was to catch your men off guard. When all these coincidences came together, it became the second rescue. Judging from this young man's mentality is terrifyingly strong, and he's good at finding his enemy's weaknesses. He's not someone easy to deal with. I'm guessing that without using any magical items, his combat strength should be higher than a half-step divine core warrior. If he uses a magical item, he might even be able to fight a 1st divine core warrior. Nie Shuang gave a comprehensive analysis. You're indeed my baby. Your analysis is exactly the same as mine. But he has a magical item, and so do we. Shuang, Go and participate in the Purple Spirit Kingdom's National Martial Competition. During the competition, kill this young man for me. Yu Qilong's expression suddenly became gloomy. Not only is he cunning, strong, and talented, he's also an alchemy master. If a man like this falls into Zi Qianya's hands, it'll be very troublesome. Shuang understands. With my strength, I can easily become the champion of the national martial competition. Nie Shuang said with a smile. Of course, in order to ensure your success, I'll prepare some talismans and magical items for you. We can't let that young man take advantage of you, Yu Qilong said with a cold voice. Once I become the champion, I'll become Zi Qianya's chief disciple. Although I know you don't like Zi Qianya, I have to admit her talent. You can cultivate under her. You'll definitely benefit a lot from it. You'll also have the chance to get your hands on 2 Bloody Sun World. Once I get my hands on one, I won't have to smile at that woman anymore. Don't worry, Brother Qilong, I won't let you down, Nie Shuang said with a smile. Actually, even if I don't use any magical items, I won't lose to that young man. That man of yours is brave, but he's not smart enough. He's being played like a fool. I won't. Chapter 3675. Of course I know what you're capable of. After this, I will bring your brother Nie Feng back from the Purple Spirit Underworld. I will let the 2 of you reunite. Yu Qilong knew that if he wanted Nie Shuang to listen to him, he had to play the emotional card. Nie Shuang only had Nie Feng as her family. The 2 of them had relied on each other since they were young. When he took over Nie Shuang's body, Nie Shuang did not resist because of her brother Nie Feng. Therefore, it was certain that the 2 of them had a good relationship. Brother Qilong, you are so good to me. Nie Shuang knew that the underworld of the bloody battlefield was a terrifying place. As long as her brother did not come back, she would not be able to feel at ease. It was also her wish to make use of this matter to bring her brother back. Cough, cough. Are the 2 of you done chatting? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the general's estate. It's you, Hao. Shuang. Go back and rest first. Wait for this marshal to finish his business. After I finish my business, I will go and fight with you for 300 rounds. Yu Qilong smiled. Brother Qilong, you are so bad. Let's go. Nie Shuang swayed her body and walked towards her own residence in the general's estate. She believed that Yu Qilong had always kept that place for her. Brother, you really dote on this woman. Aren't you afraid of spoiling her? After Nie Shuang left, Yu Hao arrived and said with a smile, She is just a woman. If she is obedient, I will treat her as one of us. If she is not, I will just kill her. Why are you looking for me? Yu Qilong asked. Nothing important. I don't dare to disturb you. Yu Hao suddenly became serious. The entrance to the ruins has been found. The final hiding place of the blood sword, Supreme. Yu Qilong suddenly stood up and asked. That's right. Yu Hao nodded and said, at the end of his life, the Blood Sword Supreme had left behind everything he had learned in his life. Now, only our Yu clan knows this secret. Therefore, the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme should belong to our Yu clan. That's strange. The Blood Sword Supreme is from the Blood Sun Kingdom, but he hid in the Purple Spirit Kingdom's underworld. Yu Qilong smiled and said, but that doesn't matter. The key is, can the entrance be opened? No. Yu Hao shook his head. I can't. That's right. There's actually a special array at the entrance. It requires that only martial artists who cultivate the Blood Sun scripture can enter. It seemed like the blood sword Reverend Shui Yang wanted to pass down his legacy to his descendants. However, he did not know that the 2 Blood Sun world swords that contained the Blood Sun scripture had now fallen into the hands of the monarch of the small violet spirit kingdom. Yu Hao replied, "It's the Bloodyong scripture again." Yu Qilong's frown deepened. "That's right. It doesn't matter if it's the first or second chapter. Only then can you obtain the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme." Yu Hao said with certainty, "Blood Sword Supreme has told us this through the incantation. We've tried many ways to get in, but none of them worked. It seemed that he wasn't lying. Furthermore, if we really enter, I'm afraid that without cultivating the Blood Sun Scripture, we won't be able to inherit his legacy." Yu Qilong gritted his teeth and said, "No matter how difficult it is, we can't miss out on the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. One should know that the Blood Sword Reverend was the person who had created the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The Purple Mansion Army was created by him as well. His strength in the past was much stronger than the current monarch. He had reached the frightening perfect 8th Divine Core realm. He was one of the strongest warriors in the entire Dong Sheng Strong Kingdom. All the other strong kingdoms had to pay tribute to him. He was in the limelight. His Blood Sword Supreme was extremely frightening. The entire Dong Sheng Strong Kingdom was terrified by his name. But too bad, the Blood Sword Supreme was too ambitious. He wasn't satisfied with the current situation, and he tried to overthrow the Dong Sheng Strong Kingdom. He wanted to create the Purple Mansion Kingdom. As a result, the monarch of the Dong Sheng Strong Kingdom was afraid of him. Therefore, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two men. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, the Blood Sword Supreme lost because of his cultivation base. But even the monarch of the Dong Sheng Strong Kingdom couldn't kill him. He escaped into the bloody battlefield. Since then, he disappeared without a trace. A few thousand years have passed since then. I think he's already dead. But even so, when mentioning this Blood Sword Supreme, many older generation warriors still feel fear. Yu Hao nodded his head and said, "That's right. Who would have thought that the mighty Blood Sword Supreme would be buried in the purple spirit underworld? Luckily, brother, you've become the commander of the Purple Mansion Army. If not, you wouldn't have been able to find the Blood Sword Supreme's hiding place." Speaking of which, it was dangerous that time as well. I personally stepped into the purple spirit underworld and killed the hell demon beast. That was how I found that place, Yu Qilong said with mixed emotions. Because of that, brother status in the Yu family rose quickly. As for the inheritance, you're naturally the first in line to inherit it, Yu Hao said with a smile. Let's not talk about this first. Since the key to unlocking the inheritance is the Blood Sun Scripture, we must get those 2 Blood Sun Heavens. If we can't, let's just ask Father to slaughter the entire Z family. Those 2 Blood Sun Heavens will belong to our Yu family, Yu Qilong said with a ferocious expression. That's a last resort. Unless it's the last resort, it's better not to use it. As a general, every move of yours will be watched. If we really do that, no one will be stupid. In the end, we'll be the ones causing the trouble, and everyone else will have to share the profits. Yu Hao reminded. Of course I know that. So now, the most important thing is Nie Shuang. As long as he can kill Ling Xiao and take the 2nd Blood Sun Heavens, it'll be half of the success. The other half will be when Nie Shuang becomes Z Qinya's chief disciple. Fortunately, the Z family still doesn't know the secret of the Blood Sun Heavens. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to carry out our plan. Yu Qilong said, I'll take Nie Shuang to meet Z Qinya later. We still have to be polite on the surface. By the way, where are Su Mingjin and his 3 disciples? They've already gone to travel. Their next stop is probably the Blood Sun Kingdom. Yu Hao said, That's good. Su Mingjin is really an old fox. Even my father told me not to offend him. It's good that he's not here. Yu Qilong was relieved. Purple Spirit Country, King's Mansion. Tomorrow was the deadline for the National Martial Arts Competition. As the organizer and person in charge of this National Martial Arts Competition, Zichinya was very busy. However, even if she was busy, she was very happy. Her younger brother, Zilong, had recovered from his injuries and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. And she also got a younger brother, Ling Xiao. Although the martial arts competition hadn't been held yet, Zichinya had already recognized Ling Xiao as her younger brother. It wasn't a problem whether Ling Xiao could enter the top 3 or not. It was just a formality. While she was thinking, a report came from outside. It said that Lieutenant General Yu Qilong wanted to see her. Invite him in. Because of the 9-life flower, Zichenya's attitude toward Yu Qilong was much better. Chapter 3676. Because of the 9 lives flower, Zichenya's attitude towards Yu Qilong had become much better. Although she still didn't love him, at least she didn't reject him as much as before. Who is this girl? Zichenya saw a young girl standing next to Yu Qilong. In terms of age, Yu Qilong was old enough to be this girl's father. Aren't you going to treat me to a cup of tea? Yu Qilong said with a smile. Oh, someone serve me some tea and give me a seat. Zichenya said with a bitter smile. He was so focused on this girl that he had forgotten about this matter. After the 3 men sat down, Yu Qilong took a sip of tea and said, Chenya, I've mentioned this to you before. I have a fierce warrior under my command. His name is Niefeng. He has a little sister called Nieshuang. This is the little girl. Nieshuang greets the king. In front of Zichenya, Nieshuang had completely restrained her charm. She was like a fresh flower that had suddenly wrapped around herself. She had turned into a flower bud. Amazing! 25 years old and a peak First Divine Core warrior. Your talent is even greater than mine, Zichenya said with a smile. You need to learn more from Qilong in the future. There aren't many strong female warriors around. You need to make us women proud. Chenya, stop praising her, or else she will grow wings. Actually, I'm here because I have a favor to ask of you. Yu Qilong said. What are you talking about? Just tell me what you want. If it wasn't for your 9 lives flower, my little brother's life would have been in danger. Zichenya was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Although she had her doubts about Qilong, she wasn't as suspicious as Ling Xiao. Also, she didn't have any proof. She didn't want to wrongly accuse a good person because of her own assumptions. All right, I'll be frank with you. Nieshuang just came back from the Blood Sun Kingdom. She begged me to join the National Martial Competition. I told her the registration period was over, but she didn't want to listen. Yu Qilong said with a bitter smile. The registration period isn't over, but Nieshuang is a First Divine Core warrior. Don't you think it's a waste for her to join the martial competition? Zichenya said. Sai, as you know, I'm a man, and her brother is a man. When a man trains a woman, he always doesn't know how to control his strength. It's inconvenient. I also heard that you want to recruit the top 3 of the martial arts tournament to become your disciple. That was why he agreed to her request. She has always worshipped you. Yu Qilong sighed, as if he was in a difficult position. He knew that Zichenya cared a lot about relationships, and he knew that Zichenya cared a lot about repaying a debt of gratitude. She would never reject him. As expected, Zichenya glanced at Nieshuang and nodded. There's no problem with the registration. However, if you want to become my disciple, you have to pass the National Martial Arts Competitions test. Can you? I can. Nieshuang stood up excitedly like a hot-blooded little girl, because his idol had agreed to his request. With her acting skills, it would be a pity if she didn't go into acting. All right, since that's the case, will gather at the martial arts arena tomorrow. Every year, the National Martial Arts Competition is held there. Ziqinya smiled. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition. I'm sure you have a lot of things to do. Yu Qilong was not willing to stay for long. He didn't want to be exposed. Ziqian, you looked like a simple woman, but in fact, she was smarter than anyone else. If not, she wouldn't have been able to stay on the throne for so long. After both men left, the smile on Ziqian's face disappeared. This Yu Qilong, what is he trying to do? Why did he bring Nie Shuang back at this time? Is he trying to go against Ling Xiao? She wasn't stupid. In fact, she was very smart. If Nie Shuang really wanted to be her disciple, all she needed was Yu Qilong's recommendation, and she would definitely agree. But now, Nie Shuang had decided to participate in the National Martial Arts Competition one day before it began. It was obvious that she had other plans. Whatever, let's just wait and see. Ling Xiao isn't someone who can be easily bullied. Ziqian, ye had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao, being able to severely injure a second-level Divine Core warrior. Even if he used a magical item, it was still an incredible feat, the National Martial Arts Competition that was held once every 4 years. It was the biggest event in Violet Spirit Kingdom. The martial arts arena was used as a tourist attraction. When the martial arts competition was held, the arena would be renovated and decorated. It was to welcome the arrival of the grand event. The scale of the National Martial Arts Competition wasn't any worse than the Purple Palace soldier recruitment. On the day of the competition, the martial arts arena was already packed with people. Countless people from all over the Violet Spirit Kingdom had arrived here a few days in advance. They all hoped to be lucky enough to witness the grand event. However, most of them weren't qualified to enter the martial arts arena. After all, the population of the Violet Spirit Kingdom was over 1 billion, and nearly 100 million people were here to watch the grand event. How big would the arena be if all of them were allowed to enter? Therefore, the rule was that only warriors above the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm were allowed to watch the competition. Of course, those who were related to the martial arts competition were excluded, but those people were in the minority. The city guards were in charge of guarding the martial arts arena. The Purple Palace army wasn't involved. But if something big happened, the Purple Palace army would be the first to arrive and solve the problem. Although there were many rewards in the past martial arts competitions, there had never been a reward for becoming the disciple of the king. This year's special reward caused all the young martial artists in the Little Purple Spirit Kingdom to feel highly agitated. Ziqian Yi was the #1 beauty in the Violet Spirit Kingdom. She was also the #1 in terms of strength. Because of these two factors, she had become the goddess in many men's hearts. She was the idol in every woman's heart. There were many people who wanted to become her disciple. No wonder Zilong and Ziqian, you were so surprised when Ling Xiao refused to become her disciple. Because there were too many people who signed up, the organizer of the martial arts competition raised the registration requirement to the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. As a result, the number of people was reduced, but there were still more than 50,000 people. Basically, except for those who didn't get the news, the entire Violet Spirit Kingdom had reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. Those who were below 30 years old had all come. Many people from the Purple Palace Army had also come. Although the Purple Palace Army was glorious, ordinary soldiers were also punching bags. But if they became the disciple of the king, Ziqian Yi, it was no different from reaching the heavens in a single step. Only a fool would refuse such a good opportunity. The top 3 would be chosen from 50,000 people. The probability was very low. Moreover, the rules of the martial arts competition were similar to the Purple Palace Army's recruitment. At the beginning, 50,000 people would be put together to fight against 40,000 puppets. The remaining 5,000 people would enter the main competition. The rules of the main competition were very simple. It was a 2-on-1 elimination system. The loser would be eliminated immediately, and the winner would stay, because the alchemy skills of the 4 major regions were more complicated. So, the competition would continue. There would be time for rest and healing in between. The king's residents would treat the contestants who had advanced and ensure that everyone could compete in a fair situation. The real experts would be chosen. But even so, it was still a great test for the warriors' endurance. Chapter 3677. Continuous battles would consume a lot of energy in all aspects. So, the most important part was how to distribute the energy properly. Right now, all the participating warriors were waiting quietly in order to conserve their energy. Some of them were resting with their eyes closed, while some were chatting with each other in low voices. The top 3 will become the goddess disciple, although that Nie Shuang will definitely take one of the spots. But the other 2 spots are still up for grabs. No one knew who spread the news about Nie Shuang's registration. Right now, 99% of the participants were no longer thinking about becoming the champion. This was because Nie Shuang was a peak first-ranked Divine Core warrior. They were no match for her. Instead of being greedy, they might as well set their goal lower and be more realistic. Enter the top 3. Actually, Nie Shuang might not be able to become the champion. There are 50,000 participants here who can guarantee that there are no other Divine Core warriors here. It's hard to say. In the past, there have been people who hid their true strength. You're right, if someone can defeat Nie Shuang, then it will be fun. I wonder what Yu Qilong's expression will be. I think the possibility of that happening is too low. Do you think the Divine Core realm is a cabbage that can be found anywhere? Even in the Purple Palace Royal City, there are only a few Divine Core warriors below the age of 30. Stop dreaming. The champion will definitely be Nie Shuang. I think so too. Even if there are other Divine Core warriors, with Nie Shuang's relationship with Lieutenant General Yu Qilong, I'm sure she has a lot of treasures. Even if she uses treasures, she will be able to smash her opponent to death. Sai, if we meet Nie Shuang, let's just admit defeat. Hopefully, we won't be so unlucky. No one wanted to be eliminated so early, even if they couldn't get into the top 3. If they could show off in the national martial competition, they would have a bright future. Many high-ranking officials and nobles would invite them to join. Although it wouldn't be as crazy as becoming the Lord's disciple, it wouldn't be too bad. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao and Zilong had already arrived at the venue. They were sitting on both sides of Ziqinya. They looked like 2 guards. Gui Su and the other important figures were sitting at the back. Gui Su didn't like this kind of occasion, but today he was here because he wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Ling Xiao had refined the 9-life pill, causing him to lose face. He had always been brooding over this matter, and there was no way he could let it go so easily. Big brother Ling, Xiao, why don't I go up as well? Nie Shuang can go anyway. Why can't I? I'm afraid that those guys will harm you in the chaotic battle. Why don't I help you get rid of the trouble? Zilong said to Ling Xiao. Nonsense. Zitrenya snapped. Elder sister, how am I messing around? That Nie Shuang clearly harbored ill intentions. She's going to participate in the martial Dao competition all of a sudden, and she's only a Divine Core warrior. Why is she so shameless? Zilong pursed his lips. You can't say that. Ling Xiao smiled and said, she completely meets the requirements to participate in the martial arts tournament. The key is that our queen did not set a cultivation upper limit. You're saying that because you're confident? Zilong asked. Who am I? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, It doesn't matter if it's Nie Shuang or anyone else. It makes no difference to me. All I have to do is defeat them. Or, if Nie Shuang wasn't here, I would feel bored. Also, if I win too easily, people might think that Queen's sister cheated. That won't be good. Although it wasn't easy to defeat a first-ranked Divine Core warrior, he wasn't afraid. Besides, a first-ranked Divine Core warrior could help him improve his cultivation. He was looking forward to it. Young man, it's better to be humble. Gui Su suddenly spoke. Don't always be so arrogant. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was startled. He looked at Gui Su with a puzzled expression and asked, Who is this idiot? Idiot! Gui Su nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. How dare Ling Xiao call him an idiot? He didn't even know who Gui Su was. This made Gui Su extremely depressed and also extremely angry. Don't talk nonsense. This is the #1 alchemist in the King Mansion, Gui Su. Although Gui Su had disappointed Ziqinya with Zilong's matter, but he had still contributed a lot in the past. Therefore, Ziqinya still trusted Gui Su. I'm sorry, I didn't know this old idiot was your #1 alchemist. He's not good at alchemy, so he must be blind. Ling Xiao didn't give Gui Su any face. He didn't have a good impression of Gui Su. He didn't offend this old fool, but this old fool kept giving him trouble. In the past few days, Gui Su had given him trouble a few times. If it wasn't for Zichenya's intervention, Jiang Chen would have killed this old fool. Gui Su wasn't strong. He was only a first-ranked Divine Core warrior. What he was good at was alchemy. It wasn't impossible for Ling Xiao to kill him. Zichenya shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Ling Xiao was a stubborn donkey. When his temper flared up, he wouldn't give face to anyone. You're pissing me off. Gui Su was so angry that his blood was boiling. If you're afraid of being angry, then shut your stinky mouth. It's not up to you to judge my performance. Ling Xiao gazed at Gui Su coldly. Then he turned to Zichenya and said, Sister Queen, do you also think I'm weaker than that Nie Shuang? Nie Shuang has a close relationship with Yu Qilong, and she has a major general brother, Nie Feng. I'm sure she has a lot of treasures that she can use. Zichenya didn't answer Jiang Chen's question directly, but reminded him. I know. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if she doesn't have any treasures, then this battle is meaningless. To be honest, if Ling Xiao used the Blood Lightning God, Nie Shuang would be severely injured. That would be meaningless. What Jiang Chen wanted was an exciting battle. He wanted to prove to the world that he didn't become the champion through the back door, but with his own strength. This wasn't for him, but for Zichenya. As the king, once Zichenya lost the trust of the people, it would be troublesome. Jiang Chen had to stabilize Zichenya's position. Only then would he be able to get more support. Who's that young man? He looks younger than young Master Zilong. They were not wrong. Ling Zhao's actual age was indeed much younger than Zilong's. It was just that he was too mature. That was why Zilong called him Brother Ling Xiao. I don't know. Is he the younger brother of the queen? I've never heard of him. Many people noticed the two young men beside Zichenya. They knew Zilong, but Ling Xiao didn't know them. That guy seems to be called Ling Xiao. He participated in the recruitment of the Z Mansion army. Finally, someone recognized Ling Xiao. After all, many of the participants of this martial arts competition had participated in the recruitment of the Z Mansion army. Ling Xiao's performance was very eye-catching. How could they forget that he killed a corporal? Why is he so familiar with the goddess? Is he a predetermined disciple? That's depressing. Chapter 3678. Internally decided, are you kidding me? If that was the case, the king wouldn't have allowed Nie Shuang to participate in the competition. Besides, this guy doesn't seem to have a strong cultivation base. Besides, if the king really wants to recruit this guy as his disciple, he doesn't have to go through the competition. You're right. Just like young Master Zilong, he isn't a disciple, but his status is higher than a disciple. This guy is sitting at the same level as young Master Zilong. This shows how much the king values him. You're right, we'll know later. If he really wants to get into the top 3, he'll have to defeat a lot of people. It's not easy to cheat. Ling Zhao's existence was just another topic for people to talk about. After all, he was only an 8th level Divine Vein warrior. In front of so many 9th level Divine Vein and Origin Core warriors, he was nothing. On the Z Mansion Army's side, Tang Yi had brought Tang Bing here as well. Tang Bing would be participating in the national martial competition as well. After all, he was qualified to participate. Grandfather, Ling Xiao is now highly valued by the king. It'll be even harder for us to take revenge. Tang Bing stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with anger. That kick from Ling Xiao almost caused him to die, without descendants. More importantly, he had lost all his face. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. Don't worry, Tang Yi said with a smile. Nie Shuang came back to deal with him. Nie Shuang is a 1st level Divine Core warrior, and she has many magical treasures. Even I, your grandfather, am no match for her. Ling Xiao is even less likely to win. Just wait. We'll be able to watch this guy make a fool of himself. Let's see how he dies. This is great. Hearing this, Tang Bing became excited. Right at this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. Ziqinya stood up and announced the national martial competition begins now. She didn't need to waste time explaining the rules. There were posters everywhere in the competition grounds, and anyone who was participating could see them. Brother Ling Xiao, I'll go and host the competition. Ziqinya was the person in charge of this competition and the final judge. However, in order to nurture his younger brother, Zilong, she made Zilong the host and referee of this year's national martial arts competition. There were also a few 2nd level Divine Core warriors assisting them, because there was no need for scoring, only the winner and loser. Therefore, they were only giving suggestions. The one who truly made the decision was still Zilong. If Zilong's judgment was different, Ziqinya would naturally take action. That was not a problem. All contestants, please enter the arena and prepare for the first battle royale. When the time comes, there will be 40,000 puppets fighting alongside you in the arena. Of course, you can also think of ways to eliminate your opponents. There was no time limit. The competition will end when there are only 5,000 people left. Zilong made the announcement. The contestants who were originally seated stepped into the arena. The arena was incomparably huge. It was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. In any case, a martial artist's eyesight was very good. They could see things clearly even from far away. Begin. When the martial artist and the puppet stepped into the arena together, Zilong immediately announced the start of the battle. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he was being watched. Among the 50,000 contestants, at least 10,000 of them had their eyes on him. Nie Shuang wasn't one of them. Brother Qilong, did you arrange this? Yu Hao turned to Yu Qilong and asked. No, I didn't. Yu Qilong shook his head, but a grin emerged on his face. Of course, he was the one who arranged this. He was worried that Nie Shuang wouldn't be able to defeat him. Therefore, if he had the chance, he would kill Ling Xiao first. Besides, not all those who attacked Ling Xiao were from the Purple Mansion Army. Many of them were recruited by Yu Hao with money. He won't be able to survive this, Yu Hao said with a smile. On the other side, Niafeng wasn't interested in Ling Xiao. After returning from the bloody battlefield, he only cared about his sister. Nie Shuang was being targeted by many people in the arena as well. Many people thought that as long as they killed Nie Shuang, they would be able to fight for the championship. They couldn't kill Nie Shuang one-on-one, but they could still fight her in a group. A bunch of idiots. They can't understand how frightening a divine core warrior is. Niafeng didn't seem to be worried about his sister at all. He said with a grin on his face. Just as he said, the situation in the arena had changed. Nie Shuang was indeed not on the same level as most people. It was just a single strike. Hundreds of the thousands of men who attacked her were killed. The attack of a divine core warrior was extremely frightening. The strongest puppet was only at the nascent core realm, and it couldn't pose any threat to her. It could even be said that they couldn't break through her defense. She was like an idle person, killing people in a leisurely manner. She was complaining in her mind. Brother Qilong, why don't you trust me? Why did you arrange so many men to fight Ling Xiao? She felt that if she attacked, she would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. But although she had such thoughts, she didn't dare go against Yu Qilong's decision. On the spectator stand, Zi Qianye had a serious expression. Big sister, these people are too shameless. Zilong said anxiously. Shut up. Don't forget that you're the main judge now. You can't be partial to anyone. You can't say that. Besides, they didn't break any rules. Trust Ling Xiao. He's not that stupid. Zi Qianye reprimanded Zilong. Then he turned his attention back to the arena. Right at this moment, the battle between Ling Xiao and the thousands of men had become the focus of everyone's attention. Although the battle was chaotic, everyone was just here to watch the show, and they wanted to see the most important part. 1 against 10,000, this was interesting. You want to kill me? Facing over 10,000 men, and many of them were nascent core warriors, Ling Xiao was surprisingly calm. Kid, you're unlucky. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Today, you'll die obediently. It's better if you kill yourself, but if you don't, we'll cut you into pieces. One of the men sneered. I won't show mercy to those who kill me, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Ha ha ha, so what if you don't show mercy? Could it be that you really think you can kill over 10,000 of us with your own strength? The man laughed out wildly. Don't waste your breath on him. He has the ability to turn invisible. Remember to drink the appearance potion later. Another man said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. Originally, he did want to rely on the ability of the Shadow Warrior to avoid this battle. But now, it seemed that it wouldn't work. It seems that you came prepared. But do you really think that you can deal with me like this? Ling Xiao sneered and took out a formation, refining stone. Phantom disorienting formation. This illusory formation didn't have any lethality, but it could make people who didn't understand formations completely lose their target. The formation that Ling Xiao used didn't cover a large area. It was only within a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. Soon, the people in the stands saw a strange cloud of smoke filling the air. Then Ling Xiao disappeared. Those warriors who were close to Ling Xiao also disappeared. Chapter 3679. I didn't expect this kid to be an expert in formations. Zi Qianye was very surprised. His talent was outstanding, his alchemy skills were brilliant, and he could even set up formations. Xiaolong, you really brought back an amazing treasure for me. Hee, now you know how powerful my brother Ling Xiao is. In fact, Zilong was also very surprised. He didn't know much about Ling Xiao. At this time, seeing this strange formation, he was a little stunned for a moment. Once the illusion formation was activated, even Zi Qianye and Yu Qilong didn't know what was going on inside. Not long after, people heard shrill screams. Ghost! What is this thing? Help. I don't want to die. This kind of sound made many people who were fighting in the arena feel their hair stand on end. They all avoided the area wrapped in the fog for fear of being implicated. No one knew what was going on inside, but it was obvious that the battle inside was not one against 10,000. It seemed that the 10,000 people had encountered some kind of monster. Their judgment was not wrong, because Ling Xiao had released the Gate of Hell in the illusion formation. It was the advanced skill of the three-headed hellhound. The Gate of Hell opened. Even Ling Xiao himself didn't know what would come out of it. Skeletons, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, zombies, death knights, vampires, demons, and so on. And the strength of these things was not weak. The strongest attack was equivalent to a second-level emperor-level martial skill. The weakest was the lethality of a king-level martial skill, controlling the illusion formation and opening the Gate of Hell. The slaughter began. Those pitiful plans couldn't even see anything more than a meter away in the illusion formation. And these monsters released from the Gate of Hell could listen to Ling Xiao's command. They attacked accurately. Although the overall strength of the 10,000 people was stronger than these monsters, what was the use? They were all blind. What greeted them could only be a massacre. It didn't last long. The fog gradually dissipated. People could finally see the situation there clearly. Not a single strand of Ling Xiao's hair was out of place. He stood there calmly and stared coldly ahead. And in front of him, the corpses of 10,000 people were lying there in disarray. Some of the corpses were extremely terrifying. It's too scary. What happened? That young man didn't seem to be fighting, but those 10,000 people are already dead. What the hell? Could it be some kind of treasure? He has a good relationship with the king. He must have obtained some kind of treasure. That must be it. Everyone was discussing among themselves. None of them believed that Ling Xiao had done anything. Instead, they gave all the credit to Zi Qinya. But at this time, Zi Qinya and Zi Qiu, the 10,000 people were all dead in less than 10 minutes. It seemed like this Ling Xiao really had an unbelievable secret. How, Zi? Tess. Yu Qilong shook his head and said, but that kid's combat power is definitely not that strong. I think he used the treasure Zi Qinya gave him. This guy is ruthless. He killed those 10,000 people. He didn't show any mercy. When Yu Hao said this, he seemed to have forgotten that they were much more ruthless than Ling Xiao in many things. Moreover, Ling Xiao was ruthless because he wanted to save his own life. They were doing it to harm others. There are many Purple Mansion army soldiers in there, Nie Feng reminded. Humph. Ling Xiao killed thousands of Purple Mansion army soldiers in public. He must be severely punished. Yu Qilong snorted. His killing intent towards Ling Xiao became stronger. While they were talking, the battle in the arena didn't stop. In addition to the 10,000 people Ling Xiao killed, many people were eliminated during this period. They took the initiative to escape from the arena. The number of people was close to 5,000, and there were only about 10,000 puppets left. This martial arts competition was really ruthless. After a few minutes, the tangled battle finally ended. The 5,000 people were eliminated. Zilong let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that Ling Xiao would continue to be besieged. However, it seemed that because of Ling Xiao's strength and ruthlessness, no one dared to trouble him. What he needed to deal with were only puppets. Those who advanced rest for an hour, and then the one-on-one elimination matches will begin. Draw lots in half an hour. Zilong announced the rest and the draw lots. Then he hurriedly rushed towards Ling Xiao, who was walking out. Brother Ling Xiao, are you okay? What can happen to me? It's only the others who are in trouble. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. Trust me. At least in this martial arts competition, there are not many people who can pose a threat to me." "That's good. It seems that I was worried for nothing. You should go and rest." Zilong didn't dare to disturb Ling Xiao. He asked Ling Xiao to go back and rest. Half an hour later, the draw lots began. Ling Xiao looked at his lot. It was very close to the front, ranked 10th. But to him, it didn't matter where he was ranked. For a person who wanted to win the championship, it didn't matter whether he appeared first or last. After the draw lots, it was the official match. 5,000 people, 100 arenas, 100 matches could be held at once. Each arena was allocated 50 people. According to the lot, Ling Xiao was allocated to the first arena. He noticed that Nie Shuang was allocated to the second arena, which happened to be next door. After the allocation, the battle immediately began. He didn't care about the battles in other arenas except for Nie Shuang's battle. He only cared about the battle situation in his arena. The first 4 martial artists were all quite exciting. At least they were all fooling around. The least one fought for 30 rounds before it ended. "Kid, what are you looking at? It's your turn." Suddenly, a voice sounded out. It was a person standing in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to this person all along. Now it seemed that this person was his opponent, a 9th level divine vein realm cultivator with decent strength. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested. Oh, his gaze was still focused on the second arena. This was because Nie Shuang was fighting with a primal core realm cultivator there. Nie Shuang seemed to be hiding her strength on purpose. She didn't show her true strength. However, she still finished off her opponent in one move. Very strong. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. He had already walked up to the arena. "Kid, you actually dare to look down on me. Do you know who I am?" Xiao Chen's disregard made his opponent very angry. "No matter who you are, just admit defeat. Otherwise, you will suffer physical pain." Ling Xiao looked at his opponent and said indifferently, the person before him had delicate skin and tender flesh. With one look, it was obvious that he was a cultivator from a large clan. Xiao Chen wasn't interested, so he asked his opponent to surrender directly. Chapter 3680. "Damn it, I'm Shangguan Feng. I'm from the Shangguan Trading Company, the son of the richest man in Violet Spirit Capital. How dare you look down on me?" Shangguan Feng was furious. When Ling Xiao heard the name, he was startled for a second. "Shangguan Feng? Do you know Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu?" The reason he was able to come to Violet Spirit Capital was because he was here to escort Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. Those 2 sisters were actually not bad. That was why he had a good impression of them. That's why he asked, "Hee, those 2 pieces of trash. They failed to escort the Violet Sun pills. Now, they have been demoted to slaves by the family. You know them? You're also a piece of trash." Shangguan Feng sneered. "Demoted to slaves? How is that possible?" Ling Xiao was surprised. Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Mingyu were the direct blood relatives of the Shangguan family. Weren't the people of this family a bit too cold-blooded? It looked like he would have to pay them a visit when he had the time. No matter what, they were still friends. If it was convenient, he wouldn't mind giving them a hand. "Kid, you know those 2 pieces of trash, but you don't know me, Shangguan Feng. You're too ignorant. I'm one of the top 3 men under the age of 30 in Violet Spirit Nation. Although I'm only at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm, even an Origin Core warrior is no match for me." "What's the difference?" Ling Xiao said with disdain. Those who weren't Divine Core warriors might not be able to hurt him, let alone defeat him. Perhaps it was because of Ling Zhao's special identity and the fact that Shang Guanfeng was quite famous. Therefore, the first arena had attracted the attention of nearly half of the audience. Yu Qilong, Yu Hao, Nie Feng, Tang Yi, Tang Bing, and Nie Shuang, who had just finished her fight, were all looking at the arena. As the main judge, Zilong paid special attention to this fight as well. As the person in charge, Ziqinya was no exception. Barbarian Xiong was also standing among the crowd, shouting excitedly. Although he knew Ling Xiao couldn't hear him, he was still very excited. Gue Su said in a strange tone, "King, you shouldn't have admitted Ling Zhao's identity so early. Otherwise, if he loses the first battle, it will be a disgrace to you." Even though Shang Guanfeng's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm, he was stronger than most of the Essence Core realm martial artists. In addition, the Shangguan clan was a big family with a lot of businesses, so they definitely had a lot of magic treasures. It will be very difficult for Ling Xiao to win. Is it embarrassing? I don't think so. Ziqinya believed that a man who was able to severely injure a 2nd level Divine Core warrior, even if he had used some sort of special method, he would still be able to do it. He wasn't someone that a martial artist at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm could defeat. Yu Hao, what do you think? Yu Qilong asked. Aya, it's really hard to judge this kid's strength. The illusion formation from before was really terrifying. However, I am certain that even if he can defeat Shang Guanfeng, his consumption will be huge. He might even be seriously injured. The rest time that followed was definitely not enough for him to fully recover. Therefore, he was unlucky this time. To think that I would encounter such a powerful opponent right from the start. Yu Hao analyzed. Your opinion is exactly the same as mine. Yu Qilong nodded. Tang Yi and Tang Bing were gloating at Shang Guanfeng's misfortune. Shang Guanfeng had offended one of the top 3 geniuses in the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Xiao had finally received his retribution. Kid, don't think that just because you're the king's favorite, I won't beat you up. Today, I'll let you know how powerful Shang Guanfeng am. Shang Guanfeng saw that Ling Xiao didn't take him seriously at all and had an uninterested expression on his face. Shang Guanfeng was instantly enraged. He didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to use his own strength to make this Ling Xiao kneel down and beg for mercy. He wanted to show the king that he was a true genius, a piece of trash with an unknown background like Shang Guanfeng was not qualified to sit next to the king. Shang Guanfeng started circulating his true yuan, unleashing a powerful aura. The shadow of a sword appeared behind his back. Sword Martial Soul. Although it was a simple weapon martial soul, it was much easier to strengthen. Right when Shang Guanfeng unleashed his Sword Martial Soul, the terrifying sword will immediately caused many people to reveal shocked expressions. Ha ha! Feng is indeed the #1 genius of the Shangguan family. At the age of 18, he is already cultivated to the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. That opponent shouldn't be his match, right? Only a few people knew that Ling Xiao was powerful. Most people only knew that he was at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. With Shang Guanfeng's combat strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with an 8th level Divine Vein realm martial artist? Maybe Feng, or will give the king some face and give him 3 moves. After all, Ling Xiao is related to the king. That's true. The gap between the two of them is too big. The people of the Shangguan family were obviously full of confidence in Shang Guanfeng. After all, Shang Guanfeng's strength wasn't bragged, but gained through battle after battle. No one dared to underestimate him. Facing Shang Guanfeng's rising aura, Ling Zhao's expression was still indifferent. He didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He only unleashed his innate divine demon sword soul. Although they were both sword martial souls, Ling Zhao's innate god-fiend sword soul gave off an overwhelming aura. Shangguan Feng's sword martial soul actually began to tremble. The aura of his martial soul also became much weaker. "Looks like you're not good enough." Ling Xiao sneered. In order to prevent others from saying that he cheated, he wanted to defeat Shangguan Feng after he used all his strength. In this way, he could clear his name. That was why he waited and didn't make a move. Otherwise, with his speed and attack power, Shangguan Feng would already be below the arena. Ling Zhao's sword martial soul is so terrifying. Is it an innate sword soul? But he's only at the 8th level of the divine vein realm. How could he cultivate an innate sword soul? It seems to be of a higher level than mine. My martial soul is only at the 10th level of the innate realm. Ziqinya was very surprised. Ling Xiao gave her another big surprise. However, I'm afraid that he can't defeat Nie Shuang with his innate sword soul. She's a real genius. I guess her martial soul has reached the innate realm. Ziqinya frowned. She hoped that Ling Xiao would win the championship. But some things couldn't be achieved with just hope. After all, the enemy was too strong. Kill! Shangguan Feng was furious. His sword martial soul was suppressed by his opponent. His opponent was still mocking him. He couldn't bear it anymore. His feet trembled, and he instantly rushed out. His speed was extremely fast. Anyway, Ling Xiao had seen many martial artists at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. None of them could match Shangguan Feng in terms of speed. Shangguan Feng not only cultivated a first-level Emperor realm movement technique, but also wore galloping boots on his feet. It's a very expensive treasure. It can almost double a martial artist's speed. Each pair of boots is worth at least 1 million upper-level spirit stones, and it's extremely difficult to make. Only the top spirit augmentation masters in the 4 major regions can make them, but it can only be used for 100 days. The 100 days refers to the actual time it can be used. So the more it is used, the sooner it will lose its effect. How will Ling Xiao deal with it? Ziqinya thought. Chapter 3681. Ziqinya watched the fight on the stage. She was analyzing the situation in her mind. Although she had promised to be Ling Zhao's sister, but she had to say something embarrassing. She knew too little about Ling Xiao. She knew nothing about Ling Zhao's abilities. But when she thought about it carefully, Ling Xiao was able to save Zilong from a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior. He shouldn't be too slow, right? Looking at Shangguan Feng's attack, Ling Xiao yawned in front of everyone. It was as if he was bored. Bang! The frightening attack finally landed on Ling Zhao's body. It was a sword. The sword pierced right into Ling Zhao's chest. Many people were so scared that they closed their eyes. Some people were screaming. Some people were so excited that they stood up. Someone had died right at the beginning of the arena. This was quite exciting. Not to mention the fact that the person who died was related to the king, Ziqinya. But in the next second, everyone was stunned, including Zilong and Ziqinya, and Shangguan Feng, who was still attacking. The sword in his hand was a divine-grade emperor artifact. Only big families like the King's Palace and the Shangguan clan could get their hands on a weapon like this. Most divine vein warriors couldn't even afford a weapon like this. But the sword couldn't pierce through Ling Zhao's body. Is the sword in your hand a toy? Ling Xiao sneered. If this is your so-called strength, then I'm going to end this fight. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand and punched Shangguan Feng's body. Shangguan Feng was sent flying away. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking could be heard. Ling Xiao had actually gone easy on Shangguan Feng with this punch. After all, he didn't have any grudges against the Shangguan clan. If he did, he wouldn't have used his fist, but his sword. Shangguan Feng was sent flying away, and he fell heavily onto the stage. Blood was pouring out from his mouth. This was impossible. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. It didn't matter if it was those who believed Ling Xiao or Shangguan Feng. They all had the same thought. No one had expected such a strange scene to occur. Shangguan Feng. That was Shangguan Feng. A terrifying existence that even primal core realm martial artists feared. He had countless treasures on him, disregarding everything else, just the divine Great Emperor artifact. And the galloping boots were not something that others could possess. Moreover, he should be wearing some kind of defensive soft armor. Even so, his ribs were still broken. This was too outrageous. Cough, cough. Everyone, did you see that? I'm not the only one dreaming, right? It's not a dream. It's real. No wonder this Ling Xiao is qualified to sit beside the king and goddess. His strength is one of the best among the young people, right? Bullsh asterisk T. I think Shangguan Feng showed mercy because he wanted to give face to the monarch. This was the reason why he was ambushed by Ling Xiao. Young Master Shangguan still hasn't used his emperor-grade martial skill yet. Once he uses it, do you think Ling Xiao will still dare to stand there and let him hit him? Obviously, there were also some people who thought highly of themselves. They felt that Ling Xiao could send Shangguan Feng flying purely because Shangguan Feng had underestimated him. For example, Tang Yi and Tang Bing thought so. Or rather, those who didn't want Ling Xiao to win basically all thought so. Interesting. I only thought he was fast. I didn't expect his defense to be so strong. Ziqinya's eyes flashed with excitement. To her, it was really worth it to take in this younger brother. Even Zilong, who was the main referee, almost cheered. If it weren't for his identity as the main referee, he would have jumped up. Monarch, that Ling Xiao is too cocky. He actually pretended to take his opponent's attack head-on. Isn't this mocking the Shangguan family? Even our monarch residence doesn't need to offend the richest person in Purple Spirit Capital. The ruins of Sinkhole was extremely displeased. Ling Xiao had the upper hand, which made him quite angry. At this time, Shangguan Feng had already climbed up from the arena. Compared to before, his eyes were crazy and scary. It was as if he wanted to kill someone. His face was extremely ferocious. There's no need to be so angry. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I've already shown mercy. You'd better go down obediently. I have no enmity with your Shangguan family. I don't want to kill people casually. You don't want to, but I do. If I don't kill you today, my name is not Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng was furious. He had lived in the care of his elders since he was young, and he had never left Purple Spirit Capital, so he had never been bullied by others. Among the younger generation, he had a great reputation. Today, all of this was torn apart by Ling Xiao. He was extremely violent. He wanted to regain his face. You want to tear me apart alive. You can't do it in your current state. Take whatever pills you have. I'll wait. Ling Xiao wanted to establish his prestige in this battle, so he wanted to make Shangguan Feng admit defeat. He wanted to silence those who doubted and questioned him. After saying that, he simply sat there and looked at the other arenas. Right now, many of the first battles on the arenas had already ended. Then, the second round of battles began. Because there were more people in the beginning, there was a huge gap in strength between the warriors. Most of the battles were settled with just 2 to 3 strikes. But the closer it was to the end, the harder the battles would be. But Ling Xiao only had one target, and that was Nie Shuang, who was a first-ranked Divine Core warrior. After a while, Shangguan Feng's injuries had basically healed. The Shangguan family was a wealthy family, so they naturally had a lot of pills. Something as small as a broken rib couldn't even be considered an injury. Ling Xiao, you'll regret this. How dare you let me heal my injuries? Looking at Ling Xiao, Shangguan Feng revealed a hint of Ling Xiao. Ancestral strength, bless me. Shangguan Feng suddenly let out a loud roar. The red dot on his forehead suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a frightening energy that was injected into his body. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that Shangguan Feng's strength had reached the origin core realm. And it was the origin core realm with a 90% completed water core. He was just one step away from the divine core realm. No wonder this guy was so confident. He actually had such a special ability. Let me tell you the truth. Under this condition, I once fought 3 origin core warriors at the same time, and I killed 3 of them. Originally, I planned to use this trump card at a critical moment, like when I'm fighting Nie Shuang. Since you've forced me to use the ancestral strength, even if I lose, it's still an honor. The dispirited look on Shangguan Feng's face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was confidence. Strong confidence. Is there nothing else? Ling Xiao yawned again. I gave you so much time to prepare, and this is all you've got? That's right, you've become stronger, but you're still within the divine vein realm. Is there a difference? That Ling Xiao is still being stubborn. After using the ancestral strength, young Master Shangguan will be able to withstand 3 to 4 attacks from a first-rank divine core warrior. How can he be so arrogant? Chapter 3682. Kill him, young Master Shangguan. The people of the Shangguan family were very upset. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Kid, don't be arrogant. Taste my attack. Then you will know what is terrifying. Kill. Shangguan Feng no longer spoke nonsense and charged towards Ling Xiao once more. And this time, he even used a first-level Emperor-class martial skill. The attack was several times stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao did not neglect it. His body instantly entered the Cerberus beast soul transformation state. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of magma armor. It was blazing. It was violent. It was powerful. Facing Shangguan Feng's attack, he still did not move. He allowed Shangguan Feng's violent attacks to hit his body. Kid, this time I will pierce your heart. You want to die? I will fulfill your wish. Shangguan Feng sneered. The other party probably did not know how terrifying his ancestor's power was. He actually made such a stupid decision. It just gave him a chance to kill him. Clang! The long sword hit the same position as Ling Xiao. The terrifying power even blew Ling Xiao's hair up. There were also bursts of explosions in the surrounding air. However, what made Shangguan Feng depressed was that this sword still did not penetrate Ling Xiao's body. I've said it before. This little bit of improvement is completely meaningless. Get lost. This time, Ling Xiao directly kicked out and sent Shangguan Feng flying. This kick made Shangguan Feng's body curl up like a shrimp. He felt worse than before. Lying on the ground, he couldn't get up for a long time. People looked at this scene and were numb. This Ling Xiao is simply too strong. Shangguan Feng even used his ancestor's power. He still can't break his defense. He must have some defensive magic treasure on him. Otherwise, it is impossible to be unscathed. It must be given to him by the monarch. I am so envious. In the end, everyone still couldn't believe Ling Xiao's strength. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the divine vein realm. Twice in a row, he easily sent a peak primal core realm martial artist flying. This scene was simply too bizarre. It was too ridiculous. The people of the Shangguan clan couldn't accept it the most. The Shangguan clan's sword martial spirit had always been good at attacking, coupled with the fact that it was a divine grade emperor artifact. Its attack power was even more terrifying. However, in the face of Ling Xiao's defense, everything seemed to be in vain. It was meaningless. Shang Guanfeng was the most outstanding genius in their family. A strong sense of frustration and helplessness instantly arose. They no longer held out any hope. "Good lad, looks like you've hidden your strength well." Zichenya smiled very happily. It turned out that his worries were unnecessary. You should have other tricks up your sleeves, right? Use them all. Otherwise, this battle would be so boring that I wouldn't even be in the mood to be serious. Ling Xiao looked at Shang Guanfeng and said lightly, "Well, you forced me to do this. Although I haven't mastered this move yet, I'll use you to test it." Shang Guanfeng finally got up again, in the face of the discussion and ridicule of the audience. At this time, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. Only by killing Ling Xiao could he walk out of the humiliation. Otherwise, he would have lost all his face today. He wouldn't be qualified to laugh at Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. He swallowed a pill. His injuries began to recover. After a while, he felt almost recovered. He pointed the divine Grade Emperor artifact in his hand at Ling Xiao again. The sharp sword light kept swallowing and spitting. A terrifying force began to brew. It was a second-level Emperor martial technique. Even in the Z Mansion army, only martial artists at the level of Major General were qualified to practice it. Shang Guanfeng was different. The Shangguan clan was too rich. Therefore, as long as there was a good martial technique at any auction, he wouldn't miss it. Since he was the most outstanding genius of the Shangguan clan, he naturally wouldn't be forgotten. Before the start of this year's martial arts competition, Huang Xiaolong had finally succeeded in cultivating a low-grade second-order emperor-grade martial skill. Although it was only a small success, its power was incomparable to a first-level emperor martial technique. Second-level emperor martial technique, Sword of Destruction. The explosive version of his power seemed to be very difficult to control. But there was nothing he could do. After all, Shang Guanfeng was only a 9th-level Divine Vein realm martial artist. He forcefully used his ancestors' power to raise his strength to the peak of the Origin Core realm, but to control a second-level Emperor martial technique that only Divine Core warriors could control well. It was still very difficult. The sword in his hand, it was trembling. The terrifying sword, light, seemed like it was going to break away from the sword. He finally couldn't control it. He let the force flow out crazily. Not good. What frightened Shang Guanfeng was that although he released this martial technique, he didn't aim at Ling Xiao. However, it was not aimed at Ling Xiao. Instead, it was aimed at the audience behind Ling Xiao. The effective range of this terrifying martial technique was not short. If it really hit the spectator stands, it was likely that many people would die. But the direction of this attack was the king's mansion. At this moment, Shang Guanfeng's face turned pale. Although the Shangguan family was the richest family in Purple Spirit City, but if they killed the people of the king's mansion, they would be in big trouble. Zichenya had already stood up. She wanted to stop this uncontrollable attack. In fact, if Ling Xiao let the attack fly away, it wouldn't affect him at all. But he didn't do that. He didn't plan to do that. This was a chance to prove himself. Didn't you say that I relied on magical treasures to strengthen my defense? What else can you say when I use my attack to forcefully stop a second-level Emperor martial technique? At this moment, the crowd was surprised to find that Ling Xiao actually appeared in the path of the second-level Emperor martial technique. Then 8 swords appeared around his body at the same time. 8 different sword lights were formed. Then they merged into one. 8 swords in one. The power of the 8 swords in one was not as powerful as the last move of the 9 transformation techniques. but it was much more powerful than the fourth move. It had reached the power of a second-level Emperor martial technique. Every time Ling Zhao's strength improved, he would try to use the 9 sovereigns' sword techniques. After all, he had mastered all 10 sword techniques. He just needed to merge them in battle. The power of the 7 swords in one was only at the first-level Emperor martial technique. The 8 swords in one was at the second-level Emperor martial technique. It was not inferior to Sword Master Bahuang at all, even because Ling Zhao's strength was stronger. This attack possessed a crushing advantage over Sword Master 8 Desolation. Shattered, Sword Master Bahuang had no power to resist and was shattered in an instant. On the other hand, Ling Zhao elegantly withdrew his 8 swords. He looked at his opponent coldly. Shangguan Feng had already knelt down. His strongest attack had actually been shattered so easily by his opponent. He no longer had the courage to fight. I admit defeat. Admitting defeat was not a word that should come out of his mouth. But he had to admit it. He was completely convinced, completely submissive and obedient. Ling Zhao's attack and defense were far superior to his. Chapter 3683. Facing Ling Zhao's formidable strength, Shangguan Feng was completely convinced. If it wasn't for Ling Zhao's last strike that stopped his attack, even if he couldn't hurt anyone from the King Palace, he would have been slandered by someone who tried to assassinate the king. That would be a great sin. Thank you for helping me. You're such a good person, Shangguan Feng said with mixed emotions. Ling Zhao responded with a faint smile. He didn't deny it. Although he didn't do it to help Shangguan Feng, he just wanted to test his sword skills with the help of the second-grade Emperor-ranked martial skill. But it wasn't a bad thing to have someone owe him a favor. You don't have to thank me. When you go back, treat Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu better. They are my friends. Ling Zhao said with an indifferent tone. Don't worry, I will. Shangguan Feng was very grateful to Ling Zhao. It turned out that Ling Zhao didn't look down on him. He just didn't want to hurt him. Otherwise, with Ling Zhao's strength, with just one strike, Shangguan Feng would have died. Since Shangguan Feng has admitted defeat, I announce that Ling Zhao has advanced to the next round. Zilong couldn't wait any longer and shouted out loudly. Actually, he didn't need to announce this. After all, it was just a battle between 2 different stages. The assistant judge could just announce it. But no one cared about this at this moment. Ling Zhao's strength made everyone's hearts filled with shock. Even those who had originally thought highly of Ling Zhao were very surprised. They thought that even if Ling Zhao could defeat Shangguan Feng, he would be severely wounded. But he was actually unharmed. He might become a strong contender for the champion. Stop joking. I believe he can enter the top 3, or even the second place. But the champion? No Divine Vein warrior has ever defeated a Divine Core warrior. There hasn't been one in the past, and there won't be one in the future. It's even more impossible for Ling Zhao to do so. Although Ling Zhao's performance was heaven-defying, however, he had only defeated a Divine Vein realm cultivator. The difference between a Divine Vein warrior and a Divine Core warrior was 100 times stronger. This was not something that could be made up for with just a few tricks. Therefore, they acknowledged Ling Zhao's strength and even believed that Ling Zhao could get second place. However, they still felt that the championship belonged to Nie Shuang. Of course, the suspicion and contempt from before had now turned into reverence. No one dared to underestimate this young man anymore. That trash Shangguan Feng is really useless. Now it seems that only Nie Shuang can deal with this kid. Tang Yi was very unhappy. However, he had to admit that Ling Zhao was no longer the same Ling Zhao who had just joined the Z Mansion army. Half a month on the bloody battlefield had allowed Ling Zhao's strength to rise to a terrifying level. Grandpa, I've advanced. At this moment, Tang Bing walked over. However, he wasn't very excited, although he had also advanced. However, Ling Xiao had not been defeated, which made him somewhat unhappy. Of course you have to advance. Otherwise, wouldn't the treasures that grandfather gave you be wasted? Tang Yi confidently said. But you must remember not to use that thing easily. Unless you meet Ling Xiao, don't take it out. That treasure is something that I found in the ruins of the bloody battlefield. I'm afraid that even divine core warriors will be jealous of it. Is it really useful? Tang Bing asked doubtfully. Of course it's useful. You'll know when you meet Ling Xiao. Tang Yi let out a cold laugh. When no one else could be counted on, he could only count on himself. He wasn't sure if Nie Shuang could kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, it was the best choice to let his grandson take action. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't know about the conversation between Tang Bing and Tang Yi. After the battle, he returned to his seat and rested. Zichenya laughed. Not bad, little guy. No wonder Xiaolong respects you so much. Looks like you still have a lot of secrets. I'm sorry, Sister Queen. There are some things that I can't tell you right now. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Ling Xiao and Zichenya weren't familiar with each other. Instead, he trusted Zilong a lot. It was just that Zilong's mouth was too big, and he didn't keep it in check. Whatever he told Zilong, it would probably spread out the next day. Therefore, there were some things that Ling Xiao didn't tell the siblings. Don't worry, you can tell me when you feel like it. Zichenya wouldn't tell his secrets to someone he had just met for a few days. Therefore, he didn't blame Ling Xiao. After that, both of them sat together and watched the battles. Ling Xiao also hoped to find something useful from the battles. After all, there was always something to learn from. Even if those people weren't as good as him, there was still something good about them. The battles went by quickly. There were a total of 25 battles in each arena. Since most of the battles had a huge difference in strength, the battles ended quickly. Half of the participants were eliminated. The next 2,500 people were divided into 50 arenas to fight. Just like before, each arena had 50 participants. Ling Xiao's opponent this time was very weak. He was just a 7th level Divine Vein warrior. He didn't even make a move and just used his aura to intimidate his opponent. In the end, his opponent admitted defeat. Nie Shuang's opponent was also defeated in one move. Tang Bing also advanced successfully. However, he didn't rely on his strength, but on his talisman. He really had a good grandfather. In the 3rd round, the 3 of them also advanced. Even the process was no different. This continued until there were only 50 participants left. Everyone was fighting in the same arena. At this time, the remaining participants were basically all elites. Except for Ling Xiao and Tang Bing, one was at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm, while the other was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. As for the rest, the weakest was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. There were also many primal core realm martial artists. However, the evaluation of Ling Xiao and Tang Bing was very different. Ling Xiao was said to be the person who was most likely to threaten Nie Shuang. However, Tang Bing was said to have a good grandfather. It couldn't be helped. This guy used Dharma treasures and talismans to complete all his battles. His strength was basically useless. Something interesting happened at this time. Perhaps it was heaven's arrangement. The first round of battles of the last 50 participants. It was actually Ling Xiao and Tang Bing. One of them relied on himself, while the other relied on his grandfather, who would make it to the end, attracted a lot of attention. Ling Xiao had seen Tang Bing's battle before. Although the other party was a piece of trash, he didn't underestimate him. He used his beast soul transformation right from the start. He only had one evaluation of Tang Bing's battle. It's good to have me. In terms of true strength, he could destroy Tang Bing with a single finger. However, the other party had many Dharma treasures and talismans. It was really not easy to deal with. He had to be very careful. He couldn't fail because of carelessness. Therefore, he used his beast soul transformation right from the start. Moreover, it was the yin-yang universal light tiger beast soul transformation. This was currently the fastest transformation. The corner of Tang Yi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. We finally met. Ling Xiao, let my grandson take your life in front of those people. Chapter 3684. Tang Yi knew how terrifying the item he gave Tang Bing was. The item would backfire and cause Tang Bing to be severely injured, and it would take him at least 1 year to recover. But as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it would be worth it. Everyone was paying close attention to this fight. Right at this moment, Tang Bing took out the item he had always wanted to use but never had the chance to. His grandfather had told him that once he used this item, all warriors below the Divine Core realm would be killed. Even a first-level Divine Core warrior would be affected by it. Although he really wanted to use this item to fight for the championship. However, his hatred for Ling Xiao had clearly surpassed the competition for the championship. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt a huge threat. He furrowed his brows. Then he relaxed his brows, and a grin emerged on his face. Tang Yi, oh Tang Yi, in order to kill me, you've really put in a lot of effort. Since you're not obedient, don't blame me for being merciless. I let Tang Bing go last time, but this time I'll let you die before your own. No one noticed Ling Xiao's grin. Their attention was focused on the talisman in Tang Bing's hand. The talisman instantly unleashed a dazzling light. It covered the entire arena. Body-securing talisman. It's a body-securing talisman. Furthermore, it was a divine emperor-level body-securing talisman. A body-securing talisman of this level is something no divine vein warrior can defend against. Even warriors below the third-level Divine Core realm will be affected by it. Many people recognized the talisman in Tang Bing's hand. Because they recognized it, they cried out in shock. Ling Xiao, dodge that light. Zi Qianya's voice suddenly sounded out in Ling Xiao's mind. Zi Qianya knew something was wrong, and that was why she hastily informed Ling Xiao, asking him to dodge the light. Sister Queen, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need to do that. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. The Tai Chi I had told him how terrifying the body-securing talisman was. But in this world, anything that defied the natural order had its weakness. This body-securing talisman was no exception. Furthermore, the arena was only so big, and the light of the body-securing talisman completely enveloped it. Unless he jumped off the stage and admitted defeat, there was no way he could avoid it. Rather than wasting energy, it was better to just stand there and not move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Xiao was covered by the light of the body-securing talisman. Immediately, it was as if a body-fixing spell had been cast on him. He froze there, not moving at all. As I expected, this body-securing talisman does indeed have a flaw. At this moment, the others were watching anxiously. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, felt relieved, because the moment he was frozen, he had verified his previous conjecture. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about it. Even if he lost because of the body-securing talisman, Ling Xiao has already done very well. Gui Su said hypocritically. At this moment, he was secretly delighted. Once this body-securing talisman was released, even he would be frozen for a moment. Nothing could be done. Ling Xiao was only at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm, and his situation was definitely worse than Jiang Yi's. It's over, it's over. This Tang Bing actually has a divine grade emperor weapon body securing talisman. This was something that even divine core warriors would be jealous of. Even our king mansion doesn't have it. Zi Qianya's grandmother, that interesting old lady, was also panicking. Zi Qianya's expression was ugly as well. Ling Zhao's strength was obvious to everyone, but the troublesome thing was the national martial competition didn't forbid the use of pills or talismans. Therefore, what Tang Bing did wasn't against the rules. As the king, she couldn't stop him. In order to kill Ling Xiao, that old man Tang Yi has really put in a lot of effort. Yu Hao chuckled. A divine grade emperor weapon body securing talisman. Even Nie Shuang would be in trouble if she encountered it. Nie Feng furrowed his brows and said, "Humph, even if I stand there and let him hit me, he won't be able to hurt me." Nie Shuang said disdainfully, "Too bad. I wanted to end this interesting kid with my own hands." I didn't expect that Tang Bing would take the lead. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. After all, a divine grade emperor weapon body securing talisman wasn't an ordinary thing. This is the martial arts tournament. You can do whatever you want. If I had a body securing talisman, I would have used it long ago. After all, becoming the king's disciple is definitely a great thing. It's worth sacrificing a body securing talisman. It's a pity for Ling Xiao. He's very strong, but he met a rich opponent. Although many people felt that this might be unfair to Ling Xiao was not the only one. But the rules were like that. Even if they wanted to change the rules, they could only wait until the next martial arts tournament or the next battle. The rules of this tournament, or rather, this battle, couldn't be changed casually. Otherwise, the King Mansion's prestige would be ruined. Zi Long was the most displeased, but as the main referee, he couldn't say anything. No matter how upset he was, the other party didn't break the rules, even though everyone else was fighting for Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao himself was extremely calm. In fact, when he participated in this martial arts tournament, he knew that someone was going to target him. The 10,000 people in the chaotic battle wanted to kill him. Nie Shuang probably wouldn't let him go. Tang Bing definitely wanted him dead. Perhaps there were still some people's pawns among the remaining warriors. If he didn't even have the ability to deal with these difficulties, it would be a little too embarrassing. Since he dared to be arrogant, he had the ability to be arrogant. Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Tang Bing took out a short knife, aimed at Ling Xiao's throat, and sneered. Sister, he wants to kill Ling Xiao. Zi Long was anxious. He even ignored his identity as the referee and was about to attack. No one moved. Just as Zi Long was about to rush over, Ling Xiao's voice was transmitted to their minds. Zi Long and Zi Qianya were stunned. Then they saw a strange change in the arena. Ling Xiao was still unable to move, but Tang Bing fainted in pain in the arena. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and was unconscious. He was about to die. What happened? Many people were stunned. Just now, Tang Bing used the immobilization talisman to immobilize Ling Xiao, trying to kill Ling Xiao, while Ling Xiao was unable to move. Why was it Tang Bing who fell in the blink of an eye? Moreover, Tang Bing was seriously injured and was on the verge of dying. Grandson. Tang Yi was also stunned. He stood up and rushed to the arena. However, he was knocked back by Zi Long's punch. The battle is not over yet. No one is allowed to interfere. We admit defeat. We admit defeat, okay? Tang Yi didn't want his grandson to die too. That would be too big of a blow to him. Only the contestant can admit defeat. Otherwise, if he goes back on his word, we can't do anything. Zi Long shook his head. His attitude was very firm. Tang Bing used the immobilization talisman to deal with Ling Xiao. This made him extremely unhappy. Because of this, he absolutely couldn't let Tang Bing go easily. Qianya, he's about to die. Let him go. Yu Qilong also stood up and spoke at this time. Chapter 3685. Yu Qilong knew how to behave. He wanted the public to see his benevolent side and how he cared for his subordinates. However, those who knew his true colors knew how terrifying he was. Xiaolong, step aside. Let him take him away. Zi Qianya had to give Yu Qilong face. After all, Yu Qilong was the one who brought the 9 lives flower. She owed Yu Qilong a big favor. She had to pay him back. Sister. Zi Long had no choice but to step aside. After all, he always listened to Zi Qianya's words. Did I say that I would spare him? Just when everyone thought that this matter was going to be settled, a cold voice sounded. Then, a sword light flashed. There was a red mark on Tang Bing's throat. He was finally dead. How dare you? The monarch said that he would let him go. How dare you kill him? Yu Qilong was furious. Someone dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. Zi Qianya, she seems to have forgotten the rules of the martial arts competition. She can't break the rules for me. I don't blame her. However, she broke the rules because of Yu Qilong's words. I don't understand. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable. It was like a younger brother seeing his sister protect others, but not him. He felt wronged. Zi Qianya was stunned. She immediately understood why Ling Xiao felt wronged. It was also the rules. However, she made a different choice. She was really wrong. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. Zi Qianya admitted that she was Ling Xiao's sister in front of everyone. She even apologized. She really gave Ling Xiao a lot of face. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him. What Zi Qianya did just now was probably just a moment of confusion. There was no need to be calculative. Did you hear that, Yu Qilong? The rules are the rules. Even if you are the lieutenant general of the Z Mansion Army, you can't break the rules of the martial arts competition. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong with disdain between his brows. Since he already knew that Yu Qilong wanted to kill him, then there was no need for him to show any respect to this person. In any case, he would die if he went against him. Even if he didn't talk back, he would still die. It was better to make it more spectacular. Ha ha ha, well said. Rules are rules. As the main referee, I give you a thumbs up. Zi Long was probably the happiest of them all. He could uphold the rules and help Ling Xiao at the same time. There was nothing more perfect than this. Tang Yi glanced coldly at Ling Xiao before putting Tang Bing's body into his storage ring. He had no intention of leaving, because he wanted to see Ling Xiao die. If he did not see Ling Xiao die, he would not be able to sleep well. Ling Xiao left the arena. Everyone started discussing again. How did he do it just now? Under the effect of the body securing talisman. It can still kill people. If you ask me, who should I ask? Among the people present, only a few people saw through the clues. As for the majority of the people, they were still in a state of confusion. Guisu, sorry to disappoint you. Ling Xiao hasn't lost yet. Zi Qianya looked at Guisu and said with a smile. Guisu smiled awkwardly. He also did not expect that under such circumstances, Ling Xiao could still turn the tables. Guisu is ignorant. May I ask, Your Majesty, what method did Ling Xiao use to win? He couldn't help but ask. Have you heard of soul techniques? Or it can also be called soul techniques, soul techniques. Zi Qianya said with a smile. Soul techniques. I see. Guisu suddenly came to a realization. To be honest, not only him, but Zi Qianya was also very surprised. Not only was Ling Xiao talented in martial arts, but he also had such attainments in soul techniques. This was really very rare. The following battle continued steadily. Finally, It came to the final battle. As expected by everyone, this final battle was the battle between Ling Xiao and Nie Shuang. Finally, this battle is going to happen. Perhaps it will be the most exciting battle. The audience stared at the two people in the arena. On the contrary, the person who got third place was directly ignored by everyone. Su Hua, was also an expert of the inner core realm. In the competition, he had only lost to Nie Shuang. And Nie Shuang also took 10 moves to defeat him. His talent was even stronger than Shangguan Feng. But there was no other way. What people were still paying attention to was still the battle for the championship. To be honest, this person called Su was somewhat looked down on Ling Xiao. He thought that if he met Ling Xiao instead of Nie Shuang, he would definitely be able to enter the finals. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. He could not blame anyone. He was also very concerned about the battle between Ling Xiao and Nie Shuang. But from the bottom of his heart, he absolutely supported Nie Shuang. Nie Shuang was the person who defeated him. She was a powerhouse. He was sincerely convinced. In the arena, Nie Shuang did not talk nonsense at all when facing Ling Xiao. When the referee gave the order to start, she directly made her move. She immediately used the first-grade Emperor Realm martial skill of the Purple Mansion Army, 9-layer demonic slash. When she swung the 2 short blades in her hands, she looked like the deadly blades of the god of death. As for those 2 short blades of hers, they were also divine quality Emperor armaments. She didn't use them in the previous battles, but when facing Ling Xiao, she used them. Go to hell, obediently. Don't suffer too much pain. Nie Shuang's cold voice sounded out. Her cold killing intent caused many people in the audience to feel a chill down their spines. Die. I haven't lived long enough yet. 8 swords in 1. Since his opponent was stronger than him, he would use an even stronger martial skill. The frightening attacks collided with each other. Ling Xiao was still pushed back dozens of steps. But Nie Shuang didn't even take a single step back. The gap is still too big. The Sworn Society's president is only at the early first-grade Divine Core realm. But this Nie Shuang is at the perfect first-grade Divine Core realm. Looks like I have to play a little harder. If not, I won't be able to win this battle. What he was thinking about was the 3 consecutive attacks he used against the second-grade Divine Core warrior. But right now, Nie Shuang was extremely cautious. She didn't underestimate her opponent like that guy. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Therefore, he had to stabilize himself first, then wait for an opportunity to attack. Pooh! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. With a grin on his face, he said, "The attack of a Divine Core warrior is just SOSO. Judging from your cultivation, I think you've relied on someone else to increase your cultivation. Your foundation isn't stable. Instead of saying you're at the perfect first-grade Divine Core realm, I think you're at most at the mid-first-grade Divine Core realm. The gap is too big. It's true that you're a genius, but you've wasted your talent. You're too lazy." Many people were startled by what he said. Was Ling Xiao lecturing Nie Shuang? But from the looks of it, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Looks like a first-grade Emperor realm martial skill can't kill you. Fine. Second-grade Emperor realm martial skill. 100 steps divine fist. Nie Shuang was annoyed by Ling Xiao's words. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. She wanted to prove that her strength was far greater than Ling Xiao's, and that she didn't rely on someone else like Ling Xiao said. Although what he said was the truth, she couldn't admit it. Chapter 3686. They were both using the 100 steps divine fist, but Nie Shuang's attack was obviously weaker than the second-ranked Divine Core assassins. Therefore, even when facing such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of fear. What he was excited about was the increase in his cultivation base because of his previous battles and cultivation. His cultivation base had increased to 100%. Perhaps this woman would become the key for him to break through. Facing Nie Shuang's attack, Ling Xiao didn't back off. He didn't even try to avoid it. He wanted to give it a try without using the blood lightning god. He wanted to see if he could withstand the frightening attack of a second-rank Emperor martial skill. The most frightening thing about the 100 Steps Divine Fist was its speed. Within 100 steps, it would arrive in an instant. The frightening shadows of the fist had blocked off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. Although she didn't use a blade, the destructive force of this attack was much stronger than the 9-layered demonic slash. You don't understand the difference between the divine core realm and the divine vein realm. It's the difference in nature. You're just an 8th level divine vein warrior. Even if you're a 9th level divine vein warrior or even an origin core warrior, it's still meaningless. A single inner core is enough to separate you from me. While speaking, Nie Shuang started circulating her inner core. Her dantian started emitting a faint glow. It was as if there was a star shining brightly and releasing its power. It was as if Ling Xiao wasn't facing a human. Instead, he was facing a falling star. Ling Xiao finally experienced the frightening power of a divine core warrior. No matter if it was his body or true yuan, he was on a completely different level compared to a divine vein warrior. Nie Shuang was right. No matter how hard a divine vein warrior fought, no matter how heaven-defying he would never be a match for a divine core warrior. Unless he had an inner core in his body. He had to thank Nie Shuang. Because of Nie Shuang, he had comprehended the true essence of the divine core realm. He also understood what an inner core was. It was something that could cause a qualitative change to one's true yuan and body. It was a tiny inner core, but it contained all of a warrior's essence. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel the divine core in his body moving. Next to it, something that looked like a water droplet appeared. It was round but fragile. However, it still contained a terrifying power. Even a small drop of water was enough to brew Ling Xiao's true essence. The spirit qi of heaven and earth gushed in crazily. The water droplet was like a greedy demonic beast, devouring the energy. He's actually starting to condense the water core. This was something that Ling Xiao had not expected. Theoretically, once a warrior formed a water core, he would be considered a half-step divine core warrior. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the divine vein realm. The reason for this conflict was probably because he had another divine pill in his body. With the condensation of the water core, he didn't need to go through the 9th stage of the divine vein realm. Perhaps after this breakthrough, he would be able to break through to the half-step divine core realm. This was really something to be excited about. Come on, give me more stimulation. Ling Xiao's speed actually far surpassed Nie Shuang's. However, he did not use his speed to dodge. The Heart of Gold's effects could only be maximized with a real attack, and he really wanted to give it a try. After condensing the water core, how big was the gap between him and Nie Shuang? Countless people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Ling Xiao made his move. 5th form of the 9 transformation celestial devil art, God extinguishing purgatory, demonic spatial lock. The 30% innate divine devil sword soul was fully unleashed. Ling Xiao held the Ice Age in one hand, Blood Sun World in the other, the Tao of Yin and Yang. The Tao of the sword was the Tao. The Tao of martial was also the Tao. With his own Tao, his opponent would not be able to break it. A white and black sword beam formed in the air. It turned into a dazzling black and white sword beam, a terrifying aura of God and devil. At the same time, Ling Xiao transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. he could feel that the power of the divine sun bloodline was awakening once again. It had been a long time since the last awakening. The divine sun bloodline hadn't shown any signs of awakening. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. Right now, his strength was comparable to that of a divine core warrior. The divine sun bloodline was boiling once again. This ferocious attack was no weaker than Nie Shuang's 100 Steps Divine Fist. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. His opponent was a 1st-level Divine Core warrior. The gap between them was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. It's useless. There is a qualitative difference between a Divine Core warrior and a Divine Vein warrior. Although your martial skill and aura are on par with mine. But in terms of quality, the gap between us is huge. What a laughable weakling. You still don't understand the situation. Looking at Ling Xiao's attack, a disdainful smile emerged on Nie Shuang's face as she said with a cold voice, "Idiot!" Ling Xiao scolded with disdain. Of course, he knew the huge gap between the Divine Vein warrior and the Divine Core warrior. But who knew that the Divine Core in his body had erased the gap between his true Yuan and a Divine Core warrior? In terms of true Yuan quality, his true Yuan was no weaker than any Divine Core warrior. Even the total amount of true Yuan was more terrifying than a 1st-level Divine Core warrior. Nie Shuang was stronger than him in terms of cultivation. Because of her advantage in cultivation, Nie Shuang's attack was much stronger. But Ling Xiao had many ways to increase his attack as well. Therefore, the gap between them was getting smaller. The difference was only in terms of quantity. There was no difference in quality. Bang! A terrifying crashing sound could be heard on the arena. Finally, a crack appeared on the arena. The arena was shaking violently, and all the spectators nearby could feel it. In this collision, Ling Xiao was still at a disadvantage. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was too huge, and there was a huge gap in terms of offensive strength. But the situation was much better than the first time. He was only pushed back 7 steps. He didn't cough up any blood. There was only a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Instead, an excited smile could be seen on his face, because after this collision, a crack had finally appeared on the door of breaking through. On the other hand, Nie Shuang's expression didn't look good. After this collision, she was pushed back 2 steps as well. Similarly, she was injured. Both of her arms were trembling. What's going on? The quality of his true Yuan isn't any weaker than mine. It's just that there's a slight difference in strength. It's like we're both Divine Core warriors. I'm a perfect Divine Core warrior, and he's an early Divine Core warrior. But this is impossible. He doesn't have the aura of a Divine Core warrior. Nie Shuang was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's strange behavior made her find it hard to believe. Looks like the strength of a Divine Core warrior is just SOSO. Ling Xiao wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and said with a faint smile on his face, "What's going on?" On the spectator stand, Nie Feng furrowed his brows. He had always believed in his sister. Besides, a Divine Core warrior could crush a Divine Vein warrior. This was a fact that everyone knew. But today, such a strange side had appeared, and he couldn't understand why. Chapter 3687. Standing next to Nie Feng, Yu Qilong's expression didn't look good. Ling Xiao's performance was beyond their expectations. We should have killed him when he joined the Purple Palace army. But now he's just an insignificant bug, and he has grown to such a level. But how could he have known that Ling Xiao would grow so quickly? And how could he have known that Ling Xiao would become the biggest obstacle for the Yu family to obtain the Blood Sun Swordmaster's inheritance? The audience was shocked as well. Looks like this battle is going to be interesting. I thought it would be a one-sided battle, but now it looks like things aren't going as we expected. That's right. Ling Zhao's performance is too shocking. Why isn't a genius like him famous before this? Who knows? I've never heard of the name Ling Xiao before, but if he can really defeat Nie Shuang today, he will be able to create a new record. There has never been a case where a divine vein warrior could defeat a divine core warrior. This is a gap that can't be crossed. Even the king of the Purple Palace Kingdom is no exception. Not even the Golden Emperor from the Golden Heavenly Domain can surpass this gap. Can he really succeed? Many people were looking at Ling Xiao. They were hoping that Ling Xiao could create a miracle. In this world, miracles always made people excited. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Although I don't know what you did to make up for the gap between you and a divine core warrior, but even if you did, it doesn't matter. My strength is still stronger than yours. Nie Shuang said proudly. If that's the case, why don't you attack? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. While speaking, Ling Xiao started unleashing frightening sword energies. 1, 2, 8, 9. Finally, 9 swords appeared around Ling Xiao's body. 9 dazzling sword energies. 9 swords combined into one, and its power was comparable to a second-order Emperor realm martial skill. It was much more powerful than the 5th form of the 9 transformation divine devil art. The terrifying sword Qi tore the air apart, causing it to emit a constant wailing sound. Ling Xiao stood there like a peerless sword. He was like a terrifying demon god. It actually caused many people to have the illusion of wanting to kneel down and worship him. There were even weaker martial artists whose souls were not strong enough. They directly knelt down on the spot. If you don't attack, I will. A mocking sneer appeared on Ling Xiao's face. This terrifying sword actually contained the kind of concept that only an ultimate realm of alchemy martial artist could possess. That terrifying aura. It couldn't be helped. The divine elixir in Ling Xiao's body was something that only an ultimate realm of alchemy martial artist could possess. With the help of this divine pill, at least in terms of momentum, his attack wouldn't lose to any divine core warrior. As for attack power, that was a different story. 9 swords as one. Kill. The space shook violently. 9 sword rays shot towards Nie Shuang at the same time. It condensed into a 9-colored sword light in the air, powerful and terrifying. At that instant, Nie Shuang's expression turned somewhat ugly. This terrifying attack even made her feel a great threat. There was a feeling of suffocation. The Ling Xiao in front of her didn't look like a divine vein warrior. He had transformed into a terrifying ultimate realm of alchemy martial artist. Domineering, mighty, insufferably arrogant. He had actually suppressed her martial soul. Her soul, what kind of monster is he? Nie Shuang's confidence was shattered once again. She really couldn't understand. What kind of person was he? But one thing was for sure. Yu Qilong asked her to deal with Ling Xiao. She finally understood why. This Ling Xiao was not someone that could be defeated by any ordinary martial artist. It looked like she had to use her final trump card. If not, she might really lose today's fight. Even if she won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and that would be dishonorable. Ling Xiao is indeed my big brother. Sister, I don't think even you can compare with his talent. Zilong said excitedly. Not only me, even the Golden Sovereign, one of the strongest rulers of the 4 regions, can't compare with him. Of course, he has to be able to defeat Nie Shuang first. Ziqianya was completely convinced. She suddenly realized now. Why didn't Ling Xiao want to acknowledge her as his master, but only as his sister? With such a terrifying talent, she believed that it wouldn't be long before he surpassed her. He didn't acknowledge her as his master because he didn't want to embarrass her too much. It was different to be his sister. Speaking of which, she was a little bit out of her league. She had always thought that acknowledging Ling Xiao as her sister was more like a reward, but now she didn't think so at all. It was her honor to be able to become siblings with such a person, not Ling Xiao's. The terrifying power of the 9 swords combined into one made Nie Shuang feel the threat of failure. She couldn't lose. It's also an advanced, first-level Emperor martial skill. Your strength is not as good as mine. Let's see what you have to fight with me. Nie Shuang calmed down and was no longer excited. She took out her dual sabers again. She looked coldly at the 9-colored sword light that came crashing down. Fierce saber intent bloomed on the dual sabers. A powerful force gushed out of her body. Advanced second-level Emperor martial skill, War God Saber Formation. Nie Shuang was indeed a woman who had a good relationship with Yu Qilong. In the Purple Mansion Army, only a few of the top major generals were able to learn martial arts of this level. But she had it. A delicate cry sounded in the arena. Then, a terrifying saber light formed above her head. The saber light formed a strange saber formation and attacked Ling Xiao. It completely surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. At this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't escape. The only way for him to survive was to break this saber formation. Die, stupid boy. The level of the War God Saber Formation was the same as that of the 9 swords combined into one. But Nie Shuang's strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Perhaps this was the reason why he was so confident. So Nie Shuang knew that she could definitely defeat Ling Xiao and even kill him. However, what she didn't understand was why Ling Xiao was still wearing that disgusting smile on his face. It was as if Ling Xiao was the winner of this battle. Unlike her, Nie Shuang. Boom. Finally, the 9 swords combined into one and collided with the War God Saber Formation. The will of an ultimate stage martial artist completely suppressed Nie Shuang's will. A stalemate. However, in the stalemate, Nie Shuang found that her strength was constantly declining. The air was filled with a strange red aura. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao finally took out his trump card in order to make up for the difference in strength between him and Nie Shuang. The bloodthirsty plague was a very useful move. The plague invaded Nie Shuang's body. At that moment, Nie Shuang's control of the War God Saber Formation weakened a lot. Chance. Ling Xiao didn't care whether the opponent was a woman or not. He used all his strength to activate the 9 swords combined into one and attacked Nie Shuang. The War God Saber Formation instantly collapsed because it lost Nie Shuang's control, although it offset a lot of the power of the 9 swords combined into one. It couldn't be completely eliminated. Chapter 3688. The War God Saber Formation was destroyed, and although it could offset part of the combined 9 swords' power, but it couldn't completely offset it. That was why the frightening power smashed into Nie Shuang's body. Nie Shuang was pushed back dozens of steps. Nie Shuang coughed out a mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured. Nie Shuang. On the spectator stand, Nie Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He never expected the fight to turn out like this. He was a perfect First Divine Core warrior. How could she be injured by Ling Xiao? Although that Ling Xiao is arrogant, he was right about one thing. Nie Shuang is too conceited. That's why she never put in the effort to cultivate. She only managed to improve her cultivation with the help of pills and other people. That's why, although she is a perfect First Divine Core warrior, she is actually at the same level as a mid-First Divine Core warrior. In fact, she is slightly weaker. As for that Ling Xiao, his foundation is extremely solid. It seems like every single breakthrough he made was achieved through crazy battles. This is a strength that is formed from blood and sweat. Yu Qilong didn't like Ling Xiao, but right now he had to admit that Nie Shuang was in danger. No, Nie Shuang hasn't unleashed her martial soul yet. Once she unleashes her martial soul, Ling Xiao won't be her match. Nie Feng didn't believe his genius sister would lose to a divine vein warrior. No matter what, this was unacceptable. Shuang, unleash your martial soul now. And those talismans, those magical treasures, use them all now. He is no match for you. Nie Feng shouted towards the arena. He was clearly a little anxious. Brother Ling Xiao, if that woman uses her magical treasures, you have to use the blood thunder god as well. Don't hide it. Hearing Nie Feng's shout, Zilong became anxious. She believed Ling Xiao could defeat Nie Shuang. The biggest reason was the blood thunder god. Without the blood thunder god's attack, there was no way Ling Xiao could seriously injure a second divine core warrior. Is he going to win? Is he going to create a miracle? Countless people were extremely excited. Being able to witness the birth of a miracle, of course they were excited. So it turns out that I lost to such an expert. Looks like he did go easy on me. In the crowd, even the last grudge in Shang Wanfeng's heart was gone. If Ling Xiao had used such a powerful move when they were fighting before, he would not have been able to defeat Ling Xiao. If that was the case, he would have no chance of surviving. Father, after we return, let big sister Mingyu and little you come back. No matter what, they are still your biological children. Although we have the same father but different mothers, they are still my younger siblings. They are humiliated, but we are also humiliated. Shang Wanfeng said to his father, "What, you brat, did you suddenly think it through?" Shangguan clan had asked with a smile. "Yes, I understand. Of course, more importantly, big sister Mingyu and little you have a close relationship with Ling Xiao. Don't offend him." Shang Wanfeng was very straightforward. "I see. Don't worry, father understands." Shangguan clan had looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the arena, being able to force a first divine core warrior into such a state with a cultivation base of the 8th level divine vein realm. In fact, this was already considered a miracle. Even if he couldn't defeat Nie Tian, it was enough to make him famous in the Purple Kingdom. But obviously, Nie Shuang wanted Ling Xiao dead. If he couldn't defeat Nie Shuang, all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he decided to keep watching. If Ling Xiao could win, then he would naturally do as Shang Guanfeng said. Not only would he bring Shangguan, Mingyu, and Shangguan Yu back from the bitter cold, he would also compensate them greatly. But if Ling Xiao died, there would be no need for that. He was a businessman, and he wouldn't do business that would bring him a loss. On the arena, Ling Xiao smiled. Looking at Nie Shuang, who had a ferocious expression on her face, he continued, "You told me you wanted me to know how frightening a divine core warrior is. But until now, we're even, right? Or do you have any other tricks you haven't used yet? Like the martial soul your brother mentioned? Talisman?" Ling Xiao's disdain made Nie Shuang's expression even more ferocious. Her eyes were so angry that they were about to shoot fire. "Ling Xiao, not bad. Not bad at all. I never thought that I, Nie Shuang, would suffer such a huge loss because of you. But this is the last time. I admit, you're worth me using all my strength. Perhaps you're the strongest divine vein warrior." Nie Shuang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She swallowed a pill. After that, a cold white frost appeared behind her. That's right, her martial soul was the frost martial soul. The moment she unleashed her martial soul, the temperature of the arena dropped by a lot. The people below the arena could feel the bone-chilling coldness. In the next moment, Nie Shuang dashed forward. She moved at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. She dashed toward Ling Xiao. It was a simple punch, but it contained a frightening force that could freeze a world of ice and snow. It heavily landed on Ling Zhao's arms. Ling Zhao's body was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string. After that, he fell to the ground. He couldn't stand up even after a long while. Ant, you self-righteous worm, you should understand now, right? Compared to me, your strength is nothing. We're not even on the same level. While speaking, Nie Shuang walked toward Ling Xiao. Her mission wasn't just to win. Her mission was to kill Ling Xiao. As long as she could kill Ling Xiao, it didn't matter if Zi Qianye hated her. This was because Ling Xiao had already become a huge threat to the Yu clan. It's over, it's over. As expected, miracles don't happen. No matter how strong a Divine Vein warrior is, how can he defeat a Divine Core warrior? The audience shook their heads and sighed. They all felt sorry for Ling Xiao. Although a miracle didn't happen, perhaps this was the reality. But most of them didn't laugh at Ling Xiao. As a Divine Vein warrior, Ling Xiao was already very strong for being able to reach this stage. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, there were some people who were overjoyed when they saw Ling Zhao's current state. For example, Tang Yi. He stroked the storage ring on his finger and said excitedly, "Grandson, my good grandson, did you see that? Dead. The man who killed you is going to die. It's time for you to rest in peace in the netherworld." Nie Shuang, what are you doing? When Zilong saw Nie Shuang walking toward Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but ask, "What am I doing?" "Of course I'm going to kill him. He didn't surrender. I'm not breaking the rules, right?" Nie Shuang said with a mocking tone. "Don't forget, this is how Ling Xiao killed Tang Bing." Surrender? Ling Xiao? Although Zilong didn't know why Ling Xiao didn't use the blood lightning god, it seemed like Ling Xiao didn't even have the strength to stand up. If he still didn't surrender, what awaited him would be death. Zi Qianye looked at Ling Xiao. She wanted Ling Xiao to surrender as well. But before she could say anything, the person who had been motionless suddenly stood up. This scene not only gave the audience a fright, but it also shocked the audience. Nie Shuang, who was walking over, was also shocked. She quickly put up a defensive posture. Ha 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 ha, surrender? Her attack is no different than scratching an itch. Ling Xiao let out a wild laugh. Chapter 3689. Ling Xiao let out a wild laugh. He looked at Nie Shuang and said, "So this is all you've got after unleashing your martial soul. Looks like I've been waiting for nothing. You've really disappointed me." The reason why Ling Xiao didn't stand up just now, he wasn't seriously injured. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just because he had broken through at that moment. He didn't want to be disturbed by other things when he was breaking through. Since that idiot Nie Shuang thought he couldn't take it anymore, she wasn't in a hurry to finish him off. Or else, he would have had to stand up and fight. Right now, his cultivation had broken through. The feeling of breaking through to the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm was really comfortable. The water core in his body seemed to have become more solid. It no longer looked like a drop of water, but more like a syrup. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm, his cultivation ocean was instantly filled with energy, and this energy came from the external divine pill. In other words, after Ling Xiao broke through to the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm, he had broken through to the half-step Divine Core realm. Furthermore, he was a half-step Divine Core realm with a 90% water core. He was only one step away from forming his core. The increase in strength was really terrifying. It was at least 20 times stronger. He was able to hurt Nie Shuang just now, and now his strength had increased by 20 times. Even if Nie Shuang unleashed her martial soul of ice, she would still be no match for him. "What an arrogant woman! Do you really think you can hurt me with that little attack? What a joke!" Under everyone's shocked gazes, Ling Xiao stood up once again. In fact, his condition seemed to be even better than before. I should have finished him off earlier. Nie Shuang felt a little regretful. When dealing with a strange young man like Ling Xiao, she couldn't treat him with common sense. Her expression changed slightly, but soon it returned to normal. With a sneer on her face, she said, "You're just bluffing. It's impossible for an 8th-level divine vein realm martial artist to come out unscathed after receiving my attack. You're showing off, but that only shows the fear in your heart. Since you've stood up, take another attack from me. Let's see how long you can last." After saying that, Nie Shuang once again formed the War God Blade formation. However, the War God's saber formation this time was formed by her releasing her martial soul. Regardless of whether it was the power or the range, it was much greater than the previous one. It was already infinitely close to a 3rd-level monarch grade martial skill. Let's see how you block it. Nie Shuang revealed a sinister smile. The War God's saber formation exuded a terrifying chill. This was the perfect fusion of a high-grade 2nd-order emperor ranked martial skill and frost martial spirit. Everyone could see how powerful this attack was. This is bad. Ling Xiao should just admit defeat. Many people were worried about Ling Xiao. The way they saw it, it was already enough that Ling Xiao was able to hold on until now, without dying. There was really no need to risk their lives for an unwinnable battle. What a pity. He's a tough guy. Even if he dies, he won't admit defeat. Sigh, to think that such a character would die in battle like this. What a pity. Many people's faces were already overflowing with helpless expressions. He felt helpless and regretful for Ling Xiao. Enough. Zilong couldn't stand it anymore. He really regarded Ling Xiao as a brother, so he didn't want to take the risk, even if he had to force Ling Xiao to give up this battle. He also wanted to save Ling Xiao's life. However, in the face of Nie Shuang's attack, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Zilong. "You don't believe me? You don't believe your brother?" These two simple questions could actually be regarded as one question. Zilong was stunned at once. Is he smiling? Zilong frowned and carefully thought about Ling Xiao's many actions. Suddenly, he came to a conclusion. Brother Ling Xiao is as smart as a monkey. He won't be stupid enough to fight to the death with others. There must be a reason. He stopped in his tracks. He no longer interfered in this battle. Seeing Zilong stop, Ziqinya canceled the attack that had been condensed. She didn't want Ling Xiao to die. Such an outstanding brother was hard to find. She didn't want to lose him. But Zilong could believe Ling Xiao. Why couldn't she? Indeed, it was as Zilong had guessed. Ling Xiao was as smart as a monkey. If he really couldn't defeat anyone, he would naturally choose to give up. He wasn't so stupid as to throw his life away. Everything was under his control. Now it was up to what treasure Nie Shuang would take out to deal with him. Although this woman was arrogant, she would definitely use it if she was forced into a corner. Even Tang Bing had something like the immobilization talisman, not to mention Nie Shuang. In Ling Xiao's opinion, talismans and dharma treasures were very common in the 4 major regions. Of course, there were also puppets. If he couldn't take this into account, then he would have deserved to lose. Nie Shuang was a very rare opponent. He wanted to take advantage of this woman's experience. 9 Transformation God Fiend Technique. Descent of the God Fiend. In the situation where his strength had increased explosively, Ling Xiao naturally had to choose a martial technique that consumed less energy. Descent of the God Fiend was enough to deal with the current Nie Shuang. Boom! The powerful God Fiend saber formation was completely shattered by this attack. Of course, the descent of the God Fiend had also disappeared. However, Ling Xiao's attack was continuous. 9 transformation God-fiend technique. Second form, divine light, demonic shadow assault. After the first attack, the second attack was launched. Nie Shuang had no choice but to fight back with all her strength. Purple Soul Divine Shield, a first-grade Emperor Realm defensive martial technique. Its power was pretty good. It had canceled out most of the 9 transformation God-fiend techniques' power, but some of the power still landed on Nie Shuang's body. To everyone's surprise, Ling Xiao, who had just crawled up from the ground, was actually suppressing Nie Shuang. If this is all you have, I'm afraid you're going to die after this attack. 9 transformation God-fiend technique. Third form, divine light, demonic shadow assault. Not good. Facing Ling Xiao's continuous attack, Nie Shuang's expression became uglier. She was a divine core warrior, but she was actually being suppressed by an 8th level divine vein warrior. No, he had broken through. This wasn't the aura an 8th level divine vein warrior should have. Half-step divine core realm. Nie Shuang cried out in shock. You finally figured it out. I have to thank you for sparring with me just now. You helped me break through from the 8th level divine vein realm to the half-step divine core realm. This feeling is simply too wonderful. Ling Xiao didn't try to hide the truth. A powerful aura was unleashed. Anyone with eyes could tell that he had broken through. What kind of monster is this guy? How could he break through 2 levels in the middle of a fight? Yu Qilong felt uneasy. Ling Xiao's growth speed had gone beyond his imagination, although he was still no match for Jiang Chen. But this guy was only a 4th level divine vein warrior a month ago, breaking through to the half-step divine core realm in just 1 month. Even the Eternal Emperor from the Eternal Palace couldn't do that. Monster. He was really a monster. Nie Shuang, kill him at all costs. Remember, at all costs. Yu Qilong thought Nie Shuang didn't need to use that kind of power. But right now, he gave the order. Chapter 3690. Yu Qilong secretly sent a message. He wanted Nie Shuang to kill Ling Xiao, no matter the cost. Bang! Nie Shuang finally unleashed a powerful defensive talisman, blocking Ling Xiao's attack. This talisman was a divine emperor weapon. It could completely nullify a first divine core warrior's attack. It could nullify a second divine core warrior's attack by 30%. It could nullify a third divine core warrior's attack by 10%. Originally, Nie Shuang didn't want to use this talisman. After all, her opponent was just a divine vein warrior. But now, she had no choice but to use it, because her opponent's strength was beyond her imagination. Xiaolong, looks like you've made the right bet. Ziqianya looked at Zilong and said with a smile on his face, to be honest, I was thinking the same thing just now. But because of my understanding of Brother Ling Xiao, I decided to take the risk. That's why I decided to take the risk. Looks like he's not trying to be brave. After breaking through, he's no longer afraid of that woman. Zilong let out a long sigh of relief. This Brother Ling Xiao, it seemed like every time he met him, he would bring him a huge surprise. But Nie Shuang has started using her talisman. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat her. Ziqianya was still worried. Don't worry, sister. I believe that Brother Ling Xiao will be able to defeat that woman. No matter what that woman does, it won't be of any help. Sister, are you sure Brother Ling Xiao doesn't have any trump cards? Zilong said with a smile. Ziqianya was startled for a moment, but he agreed. Putting aside everything else, just the strange formation Ling Xiao had used before. He hadn't used it yet, compared to their excitement. Tangy was in a bad mood right now. Damn dog, why is he so strong? Why can't he die? Nie Shuang, you have to kill him. Avenge my grandson, avenge my son. On the arena, Nie Shuang's emotions slowly returned to normal. She forcefully suppressed the fear and shock in her heart. What are you afraid of? Even if he breaks through, as long as he hasn't broken through to the divine core realm, he is still no match for me. Nie Shuang took a deep breath. He once again erupted with a powerful fighting spirit. If your so-called confidence comes from those talismans, then I advise you not to have too much hope. It's useless. Ling Xiao looked at Nie Shuang and chuckled. Since he had broken through to the half-step divine core realm, he didn't want to waste any more time. It was time to end this long battle for the championship. Moreover, Nie Shuang wanted to kill him. He would not show any mercy. He would use Nie Shuang's blood to pay tribute to the blood he had shed. Really? We'll know once we give it a try. Nie Shuang didn't believe it. Body-securing talisman. Protection talisman. Protective talisman. In an instant, Nie Shuang released 3 talismans. The effects of the body-securing talisman had already been mentioned before, so there was no need to elaborate. The soul protection talisman, on the other hand, was a soul protection talisman that could protect one soul from Ling Xiao's soul technique. A protective talisman was naturally meant to protect the body. When these 3 talismans appeared, it could be said that they were a trinity. He could control the enemy and protect himself. Compared to Tang Bing's body-securing talisman, this was much better. Damn it, this is so shameless. A divine core warrior needs to use talismans to fight a divine vein warrior? This just proves how strong Ling Xiao is. He has surpassed Nie Shuang. Too bad, Ling Xiao's backer isn't as strong as Nie Shuang's. I think this battle is going to end like this. While the crowd was discussing, Nie Shuang's transformation wasn't over yet. Armored puppet, possess. Right after the 3 talismans were released, Nie Shuang took out another strange-looking puppet. The puppet covered her entire body. It was as if she was completely protecting herself. This armored puppet was about 2 meters tall. It could fit Nie Shuang alone, and there was still plenty of space inside. No one knew what kind of traps she had set up. Anyway, right after the armored puppet possessed her body, Nie Shuang's combat strength had obviously skyrocketed. It had increased by at least 5 times. Oh, this is your final trump card, right? Ling Xiao let out a light laugh. Since you've used items, don't blame me for using items as well. Although her body was frozen, she couldn't move, and she couldn't use her true yuan. She could still talk, and she could still circulate her soul force. Hee, you can't even move. How are you going to use items? Nie Shuang mocked. Idiot woman, when you took out the 3 talismans, I also released the 3 refining formation stones. I only need a single thought to activate them. Activate. The first talisman, Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. After it was released, the entire arena started releasing green mist. Even though Nie Shuang was inside the armored puppet, she could still feel the horrifying mist seeping into the puppet through the gaps. It made her feel really uncomfortable. The second talisman, Minor Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. Activate. The second formation was even more horrifying. The entire arena was covered by the formation. Horrifying lightning bolts struck down one after another. No matter where Nie Shuang hid, she couldn't avoid them. The lightning bolts made the armored puppet produce cracking sounds, and Nie Shuang's heart trembled. Humph, your array formation's attack is only SOSO. I can guarantee that I will be able to kill you before you destroy my puppet. Nie Shuang snorted coldly. Is that so? I haven't let you see the most interesting thing yet. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He activated the 3rd refining formation stone. Phantom Mystifying Formation. The strange mist appeared once again. People couldn't see anything in the arena clearly. They didn't know what was happening inside. In the mist, only Ling Xiao could see everything clearly. A moment later, Nia Shuang could also see everything. This was Ling Xiao's intention. Since you're going to die, I'll let you see something fun. I haven't used it for a long time. Because as long as it appears, someone must die. Those who have seen it, except for me and my most trusted friends, are all dead. As he spoke, a pitch-black universe appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the universe, there were sparse starlight, the power of ancient times. It was constantly released from the dark universe. Nia Shuang subconsciously took 2 steps back. She felt that it wasn't Ling Xiao standing in front of her, but the entire universe. It was a universe much larger than the mystic world. What the hell is this? Nia Shuang was extremely terrified. What it is not important. What's important is that you're going to die soon. Ling Xiao revealed a sarcastic tone. Ice Age in his right hand, Blood Sun World in his left. It's over. Sky Tyrant, God Destroying, Purgatory, Demon, Sealing Void. In the pitch black and boundless universe, 2 figures stepped out. One was a terrifying black shadow, and the other was a terrifying light shadow. They represented the 2 forces of darkness and light. They represented the existence of God and demon. The 2 figures merged into 2 swords. A dazzling sword light bloomed. No. Nia Shuang didn't want to die. She didn't want to die yet. It wasn't easy for her to return from the Blood Sun small kingdom. It wasn't easy for her to get the opportunity to be a couple with Yu Qilong. She didn't want to die. She regretted choosing to kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 36, 91. No matter what Nia Shuang thought, there was no way Ling Xiao would let her live. Throughout his journey, Ling Xiao had never shown any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. This time, it was the same. Even though he knew Nia Shuang was Yu Qilong's woman, he would still kill her without hesitation. Under the frightening attack, Nia Shuang and her puppet armor were shattered into pieces. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. In the stands, Nia Feng suddenly sensed that his sister's aura had disappeared. He stood up abruptly and stared at the ring. The smoke on the arena slowly dispersed. The real situation was revealed. There was only one man standing there, Ling Xiao. On the other side, besides some bloody puppet pieces, there was nothing else. It was as if Nia Shuang had vanished into thin air. Bastard, where is my sister? Nia Feng furiously asked. Bullshit, of course I killed her. If not, why would I keep her alive to kill me? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. As a 3rd-level Divine Core warrior, Ling Xiao dared to talk back to him in such a way. Also, the death of his sister, Nia Shuang, had pushed Nia Feng into a berserk state. He crazily leapt towards the arena, trying to kill Ling Xiao. Bang! Right at this moment, Nia Feng felt a heavy blow on the back of his neck. He immediately fainted. I can't let you ruin my plan. Yu Qilong looked at Nia Feng indifferently. Then he said to Hao, bring him back and lock him up. To be honest, the anger in Hao Chen's mind was no less than Nia Feng's. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But for the sake of the overall situation, for the sake of the Blood Sun scripture, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in public. Nia Feng couldn't either. If he did, Zi Qinya wouldn't be happy about it. Besides, Zi Qinya would definitely stop him. Therefore, even if Nia Feng really wanted to kill Ling Xiao here, he couldn't do it. He wouldn't do anything that was useless. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, there were other ways. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time. This young man had not grown to the point where he would be difficult to deal with. On the arena, Ling Xiao naturally felt Nia Feng's violent killing intent. However, even if Nia Feng wanted to kill him, it was impossible to kill him. He had 2 heaven-defying divine skills, rising from the ashes and life reversal. In addition to the Crimson Thunder God and Onyx Soul's wrath. As long as the sneak attack was successful, even Niefeng would be injured. If worse came to worst, he could just use the divine pills in his body to attack. That was the Niden of a martial artist in the extreme realm of Dan. Once it exploded, let alone a mere third divine core warrior, it would be impossible for him to escape. Even if it was a 9th-level divine core warrior who had broken through to the extreme realm of core realm, he would still die. This weapon of mass destruction was currently Ling Zhao's greatest reliance. Niefeng was knocked unconscious by Yu Qilong. Ling Xiao frowned. Yu Qilong, this sly old fox, who knew what kind of sinister scheme he was thinking of again. If they couldn't kill him outright, they would definitely come up with some devious ideas. There was no doubt about that. As the saying goes, it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. In fact, the other party had openly attacked him. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. But now he was in trouble. After swallowing a healing pill, Ling Zhao's internal injuries were quickly recovering. The damage Nie Shuang had inflicted on him wasn't small. But because he had the healing pill he concocted himself, he had nothing to fear. Actually, when dealing with someone like Nie Shuang, all he needed to do was use the Blood Thunder God once to kill her. Of course, this wasn't part of his plan. His original plan was to use the Blood Thunder God when he couldn't break through to the next realm. But once he broke through to the next realm, there would be no need for that. Besides, the Blood Thunder God was similar to a magical treasure. It was fine as a trump card, but if he relied on it for a long time, it would be detrimental to his growth. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! Suddenly, loud shouts could be heard from the crowd. The men from the King Mansion were the first to shout. Then, most of the men followed suit. Only the men from the Purple Mansion army didn't dare shout. Although Ling Xiao was also a soldier of the Purple Mansion army, Nie Shuang and Yu Qilong had a close relationship. If any of them dared to cheer for Ling Xiao, they would not be far from death. But many of them were still feeling great. Nie Shuang was a cruel and merciless woman, and many Purple Mansion army soldiers had died in her hands. Just because he took a second look at her. By killing Nie Shuang, Ling Xiao had helped them get rid of a threat. Besides, Ling Xiao had killed a divine core warrior with his divine vein cultivation base. This was a magnificent feat that no one had ever done before. From today onwards, Ling Xiao's name would be spread across the entire Purple Spirit Kingdom. Perhaps even a small place like the Meng village would be able to hear about it. Ling Xiao was wondering if Dark Frost and the others had arrived at the Meng village. Had they started their cultivation there? Perhaps the difference would be huge. But with those few geniuses' abilities, their overall strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds within a short period of time. He wasn't worried about that at all. What he needed to do next was to incorporate the Purple Spirit Kingdom into the Heavenly Dynasty's territory. But in order to solve this problem, he had to first drive away the Purple Mansion army, or kill them. This was a difficult task. Of course, there was another option, which was to become the king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom and personally take over the Purple Mansion army, turning it into his own personal army. That seemed to be a lot simpler. But no matter which option he chose, he had to increase his overall strength as soon as possible. Today's breakthrough wasn't something to be excited about, because it was the inevitable result. But he was still far away from those mighty warriors. He wouldn't feel proud just because he killed Nie Shuang. Among the crowd, Tang Yi was staring at Ling Xiao. He had not expected such an outcome. He really wanted to charge forward and kill Ling Xiao, but his overall strength was weaker than Nie Shuang. If he charged forward like this, wouldn't he just be courting death? He had been cultivating for so many years, but in the end, he was still weaker than an 18-year-old kid. This huge difference made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Can I take revenge for this? Tang Yi's heart was bleeding. Anger and dissatisfaction accumulated in his chest. Do you want revenge? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the darkness. Who is it? Tang Yi turned his head, but he didn't see anyone. Do you want revenge? The voice continued to ask. Yes, even in my dreams. Tang Yi nodded. Very good. Now, go back to the Purple Mansion Army and unlock the seal in the water prison. I give you the power to take revenge. Help me escape. The voice stopped. Tang Yi stood up and turned to leave. In the past, he definitely wouldn't take the risk to do this. Because in the water prison of the Purple Mansion Army, every person was a terrifying soul. After they were killed, only their souls were imprisoned. They were going to be made into powerful puppets. Once they were released, there would be a lot of trouble. But now, Tang Yi didn't care. For revenge, he dared to do anything. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't care even if he had to use the force of evil God. His son and grandson were already dead. He had to take revenge. Chapter 3692. The way Zilong looked at Ling Xiao right now was filled with admiration. Initially, he thought Ling Xiao would only be able to defeat Nie Shuang with the blood lightning god. But even until the end, Ling Xiao didn't use that skill. This made him admire and respect Jiang Chen even more. Now that he thought about it, when he first met Ling Xiao, he was only a third-level Divine Vein warrior. But now, he was able to kill a first-level Divine Core warrior. This kind of advancement by leaps and bounds was truly incomparably shocking. As for Ziqinya, she was even more shocked. Right now, she looked like she had found a treasure. Her face was filled with excitement. Her eyes were filled with happiness. This guy, no matter if it is his talent, skills, experience, or wisdom, he is the best. When Nie Shuang fought with him, it was like she was being toyed with. There was no chance of her winning. It looked like a dangerous fight, but in fact, it was all in this guy's control. As a fifth-level Divine Core warrior, it was the highest praise she could give to Ling Xiao. After all, there weren't many people that Ziqinya would take seriously. Zilong, don't be so happy. Hurry up and announce the results. Ziqinya looked at Zilong, who was still laughing, and said with a smile, Oh, I almost forgot. Zilong hurriedly announced, The National Martial Competition has come to an end. Ling Xiao has defeated Nie Shuang and become the champion of the competition. He will receive 5 million upper rank soul stones, 3 purple sun pills, and an oracle bone that is over 10,000 years old. Also, Ling Xiao and the other 2 will become the king's inner disciples. Since Nie Shuang is dead, the 3rd and 4th place will be promoted. As for who was the 3rd and 4th place, aside from the participants, no one really cared. Ling Xiao had attracted everyone's attention. He had become the absolute focus of the martial competition. Ziqinya stood up from her seat. She hovered in the air, then walked towards the podium step by step. She had a beautiful face, powerful strength, and the majestic aura of a monarch. Without a doubt, she was the woman who attracted the most attention in the entire Violet Spirit Kingdom. Right now, this woman was walking towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, congratulations. She looked at Ling Xiao and then announced to everyone, Ling Xiao is the champion. I will take him as my younger brother. I, Ziqinya, will treat him with the same care as Zilong. As for disciples, I have my eyes on one person. Shangguan Feng of the Shangguan family, are you willing to become my disciple? Shangguan Feng was stunned. He thought that he had lost all hope. He was eliminated by Ling Xiao in the first match. His result was the worst. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. He hurriedly stood up and nodded. I'm willing. Little brother Ling, Xiao, you don't have any objections, right? Ziqinya looked at Ling Xiao and asked. No. Ling Xiao and Shang Guanfeng had no enmity. Moreover, he understood what Ziqinya meant. This Shang Guanfeng's aptitude was indeed not bad, and he was also the son of the richest man in Purple Spirit City. Taking Shang Guanfeng as a disciple was tantamount to winning over the Shangguan family. It was especially important to control the small Purple Spirit Kingdom. In fact, whether it was the monarch of a small kingdom or the king of a large kingdom, they all wanted to stay in this position for a long time. As long as they didn't make a big mistake or lose a lot of strength, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be replaced. They might have to stay in this position for decades or even centuries. Therefore, Ziqinya also wanted to consolidate her ruling power. Okay, that's it. Ziqinya's decision made Shang Guanfeng look at Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration. The monarch actually asked for Ling Xiao's opinion before making a decision. Wasn't this awesome? He turned to look at his father and said, "Hurry up and solve the matter of Sister Mingyu and Xiaoyu. Don't be a burden to us. No matter how strong they are, we must give them the best treatment." "Don't worry, I've already given the order." The Shangguan family's patriarch was as cunning as a monkey. The moment Ling Xiao killed Nie Shuang, he had already made a decision. And now this decision was obviously very wise. At the same time, in a mine on the outskirts of the capital city of Purple Spirit, Shang Guanyu was being whipped hard. She was hanging upside down, and her face was extremely pale. Shang Guanmingyu was already crying at the side. Because she was also tied up, she couldn't do anything. This group of people were worse than pigs and dogs. It was really a case of everyone kicking a man who was down. In the past, the two of them had given these people a lot of benefits, because what they did was hard work. But now, not only did these people not remember the kindness of saving them, but they also touched Shangguan Mingyu. Shangguan Yu was punished like this because she resisted. "Lu Kai, you will definitely regret it, definitely." Shangguan Yu gritted her teeth. Although she was covered in blood, her eyes were very vicious. "Ha ha ha, do you still think you have a chance to turn things around? You too can stay in this mine and enjoy life for the rest of your lives. If you are willing to serve me, maybe your sister can live an easier life. Otherwise, I will beat you to death." The muscular Lu Kai laughed heartily, not taking Shangguan Yu's words to heart at all. "Bah, in your dreams." Shangguan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and scolded, "If you have the guts, just beat me to death. Let's see what will happen to you. Do you really think I don't have the guts to kill you? I can just throw you into the forest and tell them you were eaten by some demon beasts. I don't think the Shangguan clan chief will care about 2 pieces of trash." Lu Kai sneered. If nothing had changed, perhaps he was right. That Shangguan clan chief was really a cold-blooded and heartless man. He could even treat his own children in such a way. However, because Ling Xiao mentioned Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Mingyu, the two of them ended up like this. Changed in an instant. "Lu Kai, you're really arrogant." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. "Who the fuck is talking to?" Lu Kai turned around and looked. He saw a man flying towards him. Lu Kai's expression changed dramatically. A man who could fly was definitely a divine core warrior. Also, judging from the way this man was dressed, he was obviously a high-ranking member of the Shangguan clan. Second manager. Lu Kai was startled. This man was the second manager, whose status and power was only second to the clan chief. He was a third divine core warrior. Lu Kai was only a half-step divine core warrior. Facing such a mighty warrior, he immediately knelt down. However, the second manager didn't even look at Lu Kai. He walked over and untied Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Mingyu. With a gentle voice, he said, "Both of you have worked hard. You can go home now." "Why?" Shangguan Yu asked, after going through So many things. He was no longer as naive as before. You know Ling Xiao, right? Both of you have become good friends. The second manager said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll bring you home. From today onwards, you won't be bullied by anyone." Ling Xiao, Shangguan Mingyu, and Shangguan Yu exchanged glances with each other. Both of them were shocked. They did know a man called Ling Xiao, but he was just a nobody from the Myriad Flame main city. How could he be so powerful? Chapter 3693. Second uncle, what should we do if someone insults the young lady of the Shangguan family? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. However, there were some things that Shangguan Mingyu had to do before he left. Kill. The second shopkeeper said lightly. He had received the order from the family head to try his best to satisfy Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu's requests. As for killing Lu Kai, it was nothing to him. Spare me. Second shopkeeper, spare me. Lu Kai was so scared that his face changed drastically. He turned around and tried to run away. However, how could he escape from the second shopkeeper's attack? His body exploded, and red and white matter spilled all over the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Back at the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition had ended. People began to leave, but they were still talking about the battle between Ling Xiao and Nie Shuang. That battle was full of twists and turns, exciting to the extreme, and made people cry out in satisfaction. Ling Xiao was able to win in the end, which was even more unexpected. However, the more it was so, the more they felt that it was worth it. The three people who were accepted as inner disciples by Ziqinya also went back to prepare. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stayed with the people from the monarch residence. The alchemist, Gui Su, was sitting there at this moment as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't lift his spirits at all. This time, Ling Xiao won the championship, which was a big blow to him. He had originally wanted to see Ling Xiao's misfortune. However, who would have thought that it would end up like this? King, Ling Xiao is ruthless. If we keep him by our side, I'm afraid it will cause endless trouble. Nie Shuang's death will definitely cause a rift between the Z Mansion army and the King's Mansion. He suddenly stood up and said, these words were really untimely. However, in view of his past loyalty, Ziqinya didn't blame him too much. He just said lightly, "You think too much." Moreover, in the arena, fists and feet have no eyes. Everyone has signed a life and death contract. Death is expected. Don't be surprised. But no buts. Go back first. Make your own elixir. It's more important than anything else. Ziqinya frowned and was a little angry because this sinkhole fellow simply did not know what was good for him. Seeing Ziqinya's anger, Gui Su sighed helplessly. He turned around and left. Brother Ling Xiao, you're the best. At this time, Zilong and Ling Xiao were already hugging each other. The two of them had been together for a long time, although their relationship was not as close as Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin's. But it was still very good. I've already said that Nie Shuang is nothing in my eyes, said Ling Xiao smiling. Then he looked at Ziqian Yi, who was walking towards the Z government army. Where is elder sister going? Naturally, it's to comfort Yu Qilong. After all, you killed Nie Shuang. She was his precious baby. Zilong smiled. He had no sympathy for Nie Shuang at all. Nie Shuang had made it clear that she wanted to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, she had even used her talismans and puppets. It was just that he didn't succeed. How could he possibly sympathize with such a woman? If he was still alive, he planned to stab him twice in the mountainous area. Yu Qilong was also quite depressed. Facing Ziqian Yi, he really wanted to flip out. But for the Blood Sun scripture and the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, he had to suppress his anger. He even had to smile at Zi Qianyi. That kind of feeling was really too depressing. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human. And you, Zi Qianyi, aren't you high and mighty? Wait until I get the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, and my strength increases greatly. Then I'll do you first. I'd like to see what a high and mighty woman like you will be like in bed. Yu Qilong roared in his heart. Ling Xiao and Zi Qianyi had become the people he hated the most. After the Zi government army left, Zi Qianyi also brought Ling Xiao back to the king's mansion. Compared to her disciple, her brother was obviously much more intimate. Zi Qianyi swore in public that she would treat Ling Xiao the same way she treated Zi Long. Actually, she was expressing her attitude. In other words, Ling Xiao was Zi Long's equal, and anyone who offended him would offend Zi Qianyi. Zi Qianyi was a protective person, and she especially loved her younger brother. Before they returned to the king's mansion, the news had spread across the entire king's mansion. Now, when people addressed Ling Xiao as Zi Long, they would add the word young master behind his title. This made Ling Xiao sigh with mixed feelings. Originally, he didn't plan to leave the bloody battlefield until he broke through to the divine core realm. But he didn't expect that so many things would happen. Man proposes, God disposes. Because of this, he had become one of the masters of the king's mansion. Furthermore, his cultivation didn't fall behind. Instead, it had increased by leaps and bounds. He had also obtained a lot of good treasures. For example, he had gathered all the Violet Sun pills. He was planning to concoct the Violet Sun Fortune pill as soon as possible. Next, he would have to prepare to break through to the divine core realm. Also, when he was using the Blood Sun world, he discovered that there was a secret hidden within the Blood Sun world. It contained a body refining technique called Blood Yang Scripture. Cultivating the Blood Sun Scripture could increase the strength of one's qi and blood and the toughness of one's body. It could also increase one's cultivation speed. According to the Blood Sun Scripture, it could even strengthen one's inner core. If Zi Long had cultivated the Blood Sun Scripture, he wouldn't have needed the 9-life pill, as his inner core would have been able to recover by itself. There was something else that was even more mysterious. After cultivating the Blood Sun Scripture, when he unleashed the Blood Shadow Sword skill, it would no longer be a high-grade second-order Emperor realm. It would be a third-order Emperor realm. The higher the level of the Blood Sun Scripture, the more powerful the Blood Shadow Sword skill would be. There were simply too many benefits. With such a great treasure, he would definitely spend some time cultivating it. Because of that, his plan to return to the bloody battlefield would have to be delayed. But he didn't care. The reason he went to the bloody battlefield was to increase his strength. The reason he stayed here was to increase his strength. It was all the same. All right, Ling Xiao, just stay in the king's mansion and cultivate. As long as you stay here, I can guarantee that no one will be able to touch you. Although Zi Qianyi had many questions she wanted to ask Ling Xiao, she could tell that Ling Xiao wanted to seize the time to cultivate, so she didn't want to disturb him. It's really good to have a king sister. At least there's someone who can protect me. Ling Xiao smiled. Previously, he had acted alone most of the time. With Zi Qianyi's protection, he naturally felt more at ease. By the way, King Sister, there's a Barbarian Bear restaurant in the outer city of Chaoyang City. It's owned by me and my brother. Please take care of it. All he had to do was protect them in secret. There's no need to be too loud, or Yu Qilong will be suspicious. Ling Xiao didn't forget his restaurant, nor did he forget his little brother, Barbarian Bear. If he could take care of him, he would naturally take care of him. Previously, he tried to pretend that he had nothing to do with the restaurant to protect Barbarian Bear. After all, he had provoked a lot of enemies. I didn't expect that restaurant to be owned by you. Its business is booming. I don't know where you got the spirit chef. Thinking about it carefully, you don't lack money at all. Chapter 3694. To be honest, the restaurant did make a lot of money. Just a month's profit could reach 100,000 upper-grade soul stones. But the problem was Ling Xiao spent even more. Therefore, he still didn't have any money. All right, don't worry, I'll send someone to protect the restaurant. Zi Qianya said with a smile. Thank you, Sister Queen. If there's nothing else, I'll go cultivate now. Ling Xiao turned around, but suddenly stopped. He couldn't help but add, Sister Queen, you have to be careful of Yu Qilong. What's wrong? Did you notice something? Zi Qianya asked. No, I hope it's just my imagination. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful, isn't there? Ling Xiao smiled. Then he turned around and left. Zi Qianya watched as Ling Xiao walked away. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows. I thought it was just my imagination. I didn't expect both Xiaolong and Ling Xiao would think the same. Looks like if you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. Yu Qilong. Oh, Yu Qilong, what are you planning? 2 days later, the entire Purple Spirit capital was still immersed in the lingering heat of the martial competition. Ling Xiao's glorious image was still being sung in the streets. Even within the Purple Palace army, many people were secretly giving him a thumbs up. No matter what, being able to kill a divine core warrior with a divine vein cultivation base was an earth-shattering feat in the Golden Heavenly region. No one had ever done it before. Ling Xiao's status had naturally risen as well. In the entire Purple Spirit Kingdom, perhaps he was second only to Zilong. As for his innate talent, he was even considered to be the strongest in the history of the Purple Spirit Kingdom. The news was sent to the city of Raging Flame through a messenger pigeon. The people of the Meng family learned about it. Everyone was overjoyed. Dark Frost and the others immediately felt a heavy responsibility and pressure. Let's hurry up and cultivate, or else we'll never catch up to His Majesty. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Their cultivation speed was already terrifying. However, Dark Frost cultivation was only at the second level of the Divine Vein realm. I have an idea. If we cultivate like this, the gap between us and His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, will only grow bigger and bigger. It was said that there was a secret realm in the Raging Fire City called the Burning Heaven Realm. 9 out of 10 people who entered that place would die. However, if they managed to survive, their strength would increase by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. I planned to give it a try. Dark Frost didn't want to stay here forever. She didn't want to be left too far behind by Ling Xiao. She wanted to follow in Ling Xiao's footsteps. Even if there was a slim chance of survival, she still had to try. I don't dare. That Burning Heaven realm is really a devil's den. For the sake of cultivation, if you even lose your life, then it's not worth it. Meng Fian hurriedly advised. Ling Xiao had given Meng Fian and the entire Meng village a new lease of life. Therefore, the people in the stockade treated the warriors from the western regions very well. They wouldn't hide what they needed to say. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Dark Frost gritted her teeth. Her cultivation aptitude was actually not that good. Back then, she was able to become the top expert of the western regions because she had experienced countless pain and torture. She believed that she could do what others couldn't. No need to say any more. I'll go first. After understanding the situation inside, you guys can go in. It will be safer. Dark Frost had made a decision, and no one could change it. At the same time, Z Mansion Army outside the General's mansion. Tang Yi appeared there. However, The current Tang Yi felt different from before. His eyes were as black as ink, and it was a complete black. It wasn't just his eyeballs that were black. Even the whites of his eyes were completely black. His entire person exuded a terrifying evil aura, which made people feel very uncomfortable. "I want to see you, Qilong." A cold voice came out of Tang Yi's mouth. He actually called Yu Qilong by his name instead of General. Impudent. Is the General's name something you can call? A mere 10,000 men commander. The one who guarded Yu Qilong's door was also a 10,000 men commander. Therefore, he didn't take Tang Yi seriously. "Get lost." Tang Yi sneered, then he waved his hand. The two 10,000 men commanders were slammed into the wall, and when they fell to the ground, they had already fainted. Black smoke kept rising from their bodies. After that, Tang Yi stepped into the general's mansion. There were still guards in the general's mansion. But just as a conflict was about to break out, Yu Qilong's voice sounded out. "Let him in." As a peak fourth heavenly core warrior, Yu Qilong had a powerful divine sense. Of course, he knew what was happening outside. He knew what was happening to Tang Yi, and that was why he didn't ask his men to stop Tang Yi. There would only be one result if he tried to stop Tang Yi. Countless of his men would be killed. Inside the general's mansion, in the main hall, Yu Qilong was sitting on the main hall, staring coldly at Tang Yi, who was walking in. "Idiot! How dare you try to break the seal on those monsters? Serves you right for being possessed." "Hee hee, since the general already knows, then I won't waste my breath. I'm not here to pick a fight. I'm here to cooperate." Tang Yi sneered. "Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? What do you want?" Yu Qilong asked. "It's simple. I can give you something, and I guarantee that you'll get that Ziqinya. But after the deal is done, you have to help me kill Ling Xiao and get Ling Xiao's body. I'm drooling over that guy's body. It's much stronger than this old thing's body." Tang Yi said with a smile. "Show me what you have first. I want to see if it's suitable." Yu Qilong said. "Of course." Tang Yi smiled. Then he gently touched the storage ring on his finger. Suddenly, a bug flew out from the storage ring. A pink bug. The moment it flew out from the storage ring, the entire main hall was filled with a charming atmosphere. At this moment, Yu Qilong felt his mouth go dry. His mind was filled with thoughts of Nie Shuang's body. His lower abdomen started to heat up. "It's a flower bug," Yu Qilong said in shock. Just the pheromones released by the bug were enough to make a man restless. If one was bitten by the bug, or if it entered one's body, one would turn into a complete lustful demon. Tang Yi quickly kept the bug and said with a smile, "General Yu, you have a good eye." "That's right, this is a flower bug. I've already made it into a goo worm. As long as that woman drinks it, she'll be under your control. She won't be able to control herself." Good stuff. Yu Qilong's eyes shone. If he could get this, wouldn't he be able to control Ziqinya easily? Then Blood Sun World would naturally be his. Of course it's good stuff. This flower bug was the reason why I was captured back then. I traveled through the 4 regions and found this in the savage beast region. I refined it into a goo worm. After coming to Fu Great Country, I did a few big things. Unexpectedly, I caused trouble for the Blood Sword Supreme and was killed by him. My soul was sealed in the water prison. Fortunately, the Blood Sword Supreme is dead now, and the seal loosened a lot. Otherwise, this old thing wouldn't be able to save me. Chapter 36, 95. I know now, you're that little silver worm. Not only have you seduced many women, you've also made them loyal to you. Many of those women were wives and daughters of high-ranking officials and nobles in the Purple Kingdom. When Yu Qilong was young, he had heard stories about this little silver worm from his family. But the little silver worm was now an old silver worm. Also, because he had been sealed for too long, his overall strength had been greatly reduced. Also, Tang Yi's physical strength was limited. Perhaps the old silver worm's current strength was only at the third or fourth divine core realm. In the past, this old man had withstood 10 strikes from the blood sword reverend. Perhaps he was at the seventh divine core realm. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements, but I'm no longer as strong as I used to be. But as long as I can get Ling Zhao's body, I'll be able to return to the mortal world. The blood sword reverend is dead. Who else can be my match? The old silver worm sneered. Give me the thing. The deal you want is done. Yu Qilong said, but I don't understand. With your strength, killing Ling Zhao should be as easy as blowing off dust. Why do you want me to do it? General, you must be joking. Don't forget, I'm a possessed body right now, and I'm afraid of soul attacks the most. That guy is an expert in soul attacks, and if he manages to force me out of my body, I'll be in big trouble. This was what the old silver worm was worried about the most. Therefore, even though his combat strength was much stronger than Ling Zhao's, he still needed Yu Qilong's help. I see, Yu Qilong said, but that guy is staying in the King Mansion. I can't do anything to him. Don't worry about that, General. I know that kid well. Based on my knowledge, if he wants to break through to the Divine Core realm, he'll have to enter the bloody battlefield again, even though he has 10 purple sun fortune pills. But there's one thing that can only be found in the nether realm. For the past 2 days, the old silver worm had done a thorough investigation on Ling Zhao. He even knew that Ling Zhao had obtained some rewards from the bloody battlefield. He guessed that Ling Zhao had most likely obtained some purple sun fortune pills. He also knew that Ling Zhao knew how to concoct pills. Therefore, he was basically certain that Ling Zhao possessed the purple sun nature pill. However, although the rumors in the pugilistic world were true, there were some omissions. In order to break through from the half-step divine core realm to the true divine core realm, in addition to the 10 violet sun nature pills, he also had to use the nether realm's profound underworld grass. Otherwise, the effects of the pill wouldn't have condensed into one. It would be impossible for Ling Zhao to break through. Therefore, he deduced that Ling Zhao would head to the bloody battlefield in the next 2 days. All right, as soon as he enters the bloody battlefield, I'll immediately send someone to kill him. Anyway, that kid had offended a lot of people on the bloody battlefield. No one will suspect me. Yu Qilong sneered. Of course I trust you, General. I'll leave the flowery parasite to you. As for how to use it, write it down on this piece of paper. Old Silver Worm smiled and used a bamboo tube to store the flowery insect goo. He then gave Yu Qilong a slip of paper. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? Yu Qilong sneered. You can try. The Old Silver Worm smiled faintly, turned around, and left. It was as if he wasn't afraid that Yu Qilong would go back on his word. As soon as the Old Silver Worm left, Yu Hao walked out from behind the curtain. General, are you really going to listen to that old guy? Of course. Since we're making a deal, we should be honest. There's no need for us to offend such a disgusting guy. Anyway, killing Ling Zhao is my goal. Go and release Niafeng. Tell him that Ling Zhao will head to the bloody battlefield in a few days. Tell him to wait there. Find a chance to kill Ling Zhao. Yu Qilong said indifferently. All right. Yu Hao didn't say anything else and left. After he left, Yu Qilong counted the time with his fingers. That woman's birthday is in 20 days. At that time, it'll be my best chance. Ziqianya, since you didn't give me face and refused me, then don't blame me for using such despicable means. I want you to become my Yu Qilong's slave. Just as the Old Silver Worm had predicted, Ling Zhao's cultivation had run into trouble. In the past 2 days, he had refined 10 purple sun pills into purple sun creation pills. In the end, he realized that he couldn't achieve his goal. Helpless, he could only ask a Yuan Venerate for help. Now he knew, in addition to the 10 purple sun creation pills, there was another necessary item, the mysterious dark grass. It was a plant that only grew in the underworld. It seems like I have to head to the bloody battlefield immediately. Staying here is just a waste of time. Ling Xiao stood up. He pushed open the door of the cultivation room. Zilong was standing at the door. What's the matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Let me guess. You came out of seclusion so quickly. Do you also want to go to the bloody battlefield? Zilong asked. It seems like great minds think alike. Ling Xiao sighed. That's right. There's not much meaning in just staying here and cultivating. If I hadn't narrowly escaped death last time, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through in a state of extreme anger. Therefore, I think that I have to go to the bloody battlefield if I want to break through. Zilong said. All right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let's go and tell Big Sister, and then we'll leave. Ling Xiao knew Zilong's position in Zi Qianya's heart. If he left without saying goodbye, Zi Qianya would really go crazy. He didn't know how worried she would be. No way. Tell Big Sister, ever since what happened last time. She won't let me take the risk again. Zilong said with a long face. You still have to go. You can't let her worry. Ling Xiao said like a big brother. Don't worry. With me around, Big Sister won't say no. In fact, it was just as Ling Xiao had deduced. Although Zi Qianya was worried about Zilong, Zilong was always under the protection of her wings. It was simply impossible for him to achieve anything. Besides, she was very relieved with Ling Xiao around. Ling Xiao was able to save Zilong twice, and that wasn't just because of luck. It also meant that Ling Xiao had extraordinary abilities. This was despite the fact that Ling Xiao was actually younger than Zilong. In terms of mental maturity, Ling Xiao was much better than Zilong. Big Sister, take care of yourself. We'll be back before your birthday. Zi Qianya cared a lot about Zilong, and Zilong really liked this big sister of his. Therefore, he would never forget her birthday every year. There were only 20 days left until Zi Qianya's birthday. They could stay in the bloody battlefield for a long time. Both men traveled lightly and headed towards the direction of the Purple Palace army. After a brief moment, Zi Qianya summoned a man. Gao Hong, go and follow them. Remember, don't let them find you. Also, don't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. As for the details, you can do whatever you want. In short, bring them back to me alive. Yes, Big Sister. Gao Hong nodded his head and left. This Gao Hong was a peak 3rd Divine Corps warrior. Even in the entire Purple Palace Kingdom, he could be considered a mighty warrior. Chapter 3696. Gao Hong was a peak Major General, a basic Lieutenant General. He was at the same rank as Yu Hao and Nie Feng, with him protecting Ling Xiao and Zilong. Unless Yu Qilong personally attacked, no one would be able to kill either of them. Therefore, Zi Qianya was not worried at all. And when they were about to arrive at Chaoyang City, Ling Xiao sensed a powerful presence with his soul's strength, but he didn't say anything. He had seen this man before. He was a guard commander of the King Mansion. Needless to say, he was sent here by Zi Qianya to protect them. If that was the case, there was no need to say anything. He would just pretend he didn't know anything. After all, the bloody battlefield was filled with dangers. Although he wasn't afraid, Zilong didn't have a strong survival ability like him. With such a man protecting them, it was still safe. Brother Ling Xiao, you killed Nie Shuang. Will Yu Qilong do anything to you? When they were about to arrive at the inner city, Zilong worriedly asked. Don't worry. Yu Qilong wants to pursue your sister. He won't do anything to me. Not only that, he will treat me like an important guest, even though we haven't returned to the Purple Mansion Army for so many days. He won't ask about it, but once we enter the bloody battlefield, it's hard to say. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became serious. In fact, he didn't need to think too much. No matter if it was Yu Qilong or Niefeng, they wouldn't let him go so easily. But even so, for the profound nether grass, he had to enter the bloody battlefield. After arriving at the Purple Mansion Army, Ling Xiao and Zilong didn't stop. They immediately flew towards the bloody door. Back to the army camp. The current Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. In the past, he was just an unknown pawn. No one would take him seriously. But now, he was the younger brother of the goddess country's queen. He was a peerless genius who defeated a divine core warrior with his divine vein cultivation base. Countless people were jealous of him, but on the surface, they still had to treat him with respect. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even the captains had to put on a smile when they saw him. In terms of military rank, although Ling Xiao had challenged for the position of sergeant twice, in the end, he didn't become one. Therefore, he was still an ordinary soldier. However, in this world, one's status was not determined by one's military rank. Instead, it was based on strength. Martial arts were respected. Whoever was stronger would be the king. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao and Zilong had already arrived in front of the bloody gate. Many of the Kiliarchs guarding the bloody gate happened to change shifts that day. He had witnessed Ling Xiao killing Nie Shuang with his own eyes. Therefore, the people here had long regarded Ling Xiao as their idol. Although he didn't dare to say anything on the surface, he admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Back then, when he entered the bloody battlefield, he was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm. But now, he was a half-step Divine Core warrior. And the most frightening thing is, he actually defeated Nie Shuang, a Divine Core warrior. Such words could be heard almost every day. Even Yu Qilong couldn't stop it. They couldn't possibly kill him just because he said something. If that was the case, he probably wouldn't be able to continue as a lieutenant general. Young Master Ling Xiao and young Master Zilong are here. Suddenly, someone shouted out. Everyone quickly gathered around. Thank you for your trouble. We're going to enter the bloody battlefield. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Look, young Master Ling Xiao is already the king's younger brother, but he's still so polite. Unlike that Nie Shuang, his eyes are growing on his head. Young masters, please wait for a moment. We'll let you in after you've registered. This was what they meant by special treatment. When Ling Xiao and Zilong arrived, there were other people waiting for them at the bloody gate. However, the people here still went through the formalities for the two of them first. They were allowed to enter the bloody battlefield. However, no one else said anything. When Ling Xiao and Zilong stepped into the bloody battlefield, the news had reached Yu Qilong's ears. Brother Qilong, here's your chance. Yu Hao looked at Yu Qilong and said, That's right. To be honest, I didn't expect him to be so daring. He knows that Niefeng and I will definitely kill him, but he still dares to enter the bloody battlefield? Yu Qilong sneered. I heard that Gao Hong is following him. Yu Hao added, Gao Hong's strength is on par with yours, and he's even stronger than Niefeng. It's obvious that Zi Qinya is very protective of his two younger brothers. But is it useful? Go tell old Silver Worm to deal with Gao Hong. Gao Hong's strength is good, but his soul power isn't that strong, and he definitely doesn't know any soul secret techniques. Niefeng will take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, and if there's a chance, kill Zilong too. Yu Qilong said in a deep voice. Old Silver Worm had been staying in the Purple Mansion Army with Tang Yi's identity. But what if Qinya finds out about this? Yu Hao asked, "What a joke. Ling Xiao killed Nie Feng's sister. Isn't it natural for Nie Feng to want revenge? At most, we'll be responsible for not stopping him. As for Tang Yi, he's also trying to avenge his grandson. Do you think I can just stand by and watch them do whatever they want to do?" Yu Qilong sneered and said, "Besides, that woman Qinya, do you really think she's that stupid? If I'm not mistaken, she's already suspicious of me. If that's the case, what do I have to be afraid of? At most, it'll only increase her suspicion. Without any evidence, she won't dare to say anything. Otherwise, she'll ruin the relationship between the Z family and our Yu family. She can't bear this responsibility. Brother Qilong, you're really wise." Yu Hao smiled and said, "Ling Xiao is now a bigger threat than Qinya. We can't let him continue to grow like this. Every time he grows, he'll bring us trouble. I'll go find Tang Yi now." After entering the bloody battlefield, Ling Xiao and Long left the underground shelter together. After that, they headed towards the Xiling Nether region. This time, their goal was very clear. It was the Xiling Nether region. Other places were no longer attractive to them. In the Nether region, there were more opportunities, more terrifying murderous auras, and faster cultivation speed. There were also powerful demon beasts. Divine core demon beasts could be found everywhere. For Ling Xiao, who loved to improve his strength through battles, this was a huge help. Of course, his main goal was still the profound nether grass. Once he obtained the profound nether grass, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm. Once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would be one step closer to becoming a moon lady. As for Ling Jiaojiao, Shen Dian, Xiao Jin, Long Chen, and Cold Plum, he could put them aside for now. At least, Shen Dian wasn't dangerous. As for the others, they were all here to cultivate, and each of them had their own room to grow. However, Moon Maiden Yu Fenghua was different. Yu Fenghua was captured and forced to marry him. Therefore, he had to meet her as soon as possible. Perhaps at that time, Yu Fenghua thought that his promise was just empty talk. But he didn't think so. For the sake of this promise, he had been cultivating like crazy. Now he was getting closer and closer to those mighty warriors in the Eternal Emperor region. Chapter 3697. As their strength got closer, the distance between Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua was also getting closer. He believed that the time would come soon. "Brother Ling Xiao, what are you thinking about?" Zilong suddenly laughed. He interrupted Ling Xiao's contemplation. "Nothing. I just miss a few friends. Every one of them trusted me as much as you do, but I couldn't protect them." Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. In fact, the others were fine. They all made the choice on their own for better development, but he really couldn't do anything about Yu Fenghua. That feeling of grievance still made his heart ache. "It's okay. With your cultivation speed, Brother Ling Xiao, you will soon become a top expert in the 4 major regions. At that time, no matter where your friends are, you will be able to save them." Zilong encouraged, "By the way, I have a suggestion. Why don't you marry my sister, Brother Ling Xiao? Although you are brother and sister, you are not related by blood after all. My sister's appearance and strength are worthy of you. After marrying her, you will get the power of the bloodline of the Z family. I believe that your aptitude will become better than before, and your cultivation speed will be faster. Unfortunately, I am not worthy of her." Ling Xiao shook his head gently. He didn't want to bear the debt of love anymore. His heart was very small and could only accommodate one woman. The more people he provoked, the more debt of love he owed. So for many women, even if he knew what they were thinking, he would play dumb in the end. He was focused on martial arts and didn't have much energy to devote to love. The Moon Lady was the only woman he pursued wholeheartedly, and this woman, in order to protect him, eventually fell into the 10 reincarnations. He couldn't be a heartless person. Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. The three of us will be brothers and sisters. Zilong's mind was also very delicate. He felt that he had touched Ling Zhao's sore spot that he didn't want to mention. So he said, "All right, let's be sisters and brothers. To be able to meet a brother like you and a sister like Zi Qianya, Ling Xiao, have not come to this little violet spirit kingdom in vain." Ling Xiao smiled. "It's the same for me. Before I met you, Brother Ling Xiao, I was famous for having a sister complex. I don't care about anyone else. But after meeting you, I feel that there really is someone in this world who is compatible with me. I'm lucky." Zilong sighed. "All right, don't be so mushy. You're giving me goosebumps. We don't have much time. Let's hurry." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. This kid was too good at stirring up emotions. If he continued talking, who knew what he would say? He transformed into the yin-yang cosmic light tiger, flapped his wings, and flew forward. Zilong also followed. Zilong was a second-level divine core warrior, so of course he could fly. He was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. But now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Ling Zhao's speed wasn't any slower than Zilong's. The reason why they dared to travel to the Nether Realm was because they had enough confidence. When these two men fought together, even a third-level divine core warrior would be at a disadvantage. After all, Zilong was a second-level divine core warrior, and he was also a genius. It was normal for him to fight someone with a higher level than him. As for Ling Xiao, he had too many strange tricks up his sleeve. If an early third-level divine core warrior ran into them, he would be in big trouble. If a second-level divine core warrior ran into them, he would be dead for sure. In the entire Violet Spirit Nether Realm, the strongest warriors were only peak third-level divine core warriors. Even if they couldn't win, they could still run for their lives. Along the way, both men tried their best to avoid fighting and killing, because it was meaningless. It was just a waste of time. While traveling, Ling Xiao was still cultivating. Zilong really envied Jiang Chen's ability to multitask. He kept protecting Jiang Chen. It only took them 2 days to travel from the sanctuary to the Nether Realm. Finally, Ling Xiao had completely consumed the Oracle Bone. His black tortoise divine physique had reached the high second-level Emperor realm. The energy contained within the 10,000 years old Oracle Bone was something that couldn't be ignored. High second-level Emperor realm black tortoise divine physique. In other words, if a warrior with the same level of strength attacked him with a high second-level Emperor realm martial skill, he could completely negate the damage. Remember, it was the same level of strength, not the same level of cultivation. If Ling Xiao had possessed the high second-level Emperor realm black tortoise divine physique during the martial competition, then Nie Shuang wouldn't have been able to hurt him. This was how amazing it was. If combined with the myriad transformation weapons defense, Ling Zhao's defense could reach the low third-level Emperor realm. His defense would become even more insane. The increase in his defense had also increased his combat strength by a large margin. He could now use more of his true yuan to attack, which meant he had freed up all his attacking power. We're finally here, the Violet Spirit Nether Realm. The terrifying killing intent kept attacking them, as if thousands of soldiers were charging at them with weapons in their hands. If it were any other ordinary divine vein warriors, they would have already fainted. There was no way they could defend against this terrifying killing intent. But he was Ling Xiao. Therefore, he could defend against it. And he could do it with ease. What Zilong couldn't accept the most was, It seemed like Ling Xiao was able to convert this killing intent with his beast souls, which made Zilong envious. Over there. Ling Xiao looked at the map in his hand. He was here to find the profound nether grass. So, of course, he had brought a map with him. The profound nether grass in the nether realm had been used by others, so he knew where it grew. Brother Ling Xiao, you have to be careful from now on. Normally, the profound nether grass grows near the center of the nether realm. The closer you are to the center, the more dangerous it is. Zilong reminded, in this damned place, no matter if you encounter a demon beast or a warrior, a fight could break out. That's even better. Ling Xiao smiled. If he could break through to the divine core realm through fighting, he could save the purple sun pills. He wondered how Dark Frost and the others were doing. They might need them when the time came. Even better, Zilong truly admired Ling Xiao's guts endlessly. When others heard about the dangers of the nether realm, they didn't dare to set foot in it. But this brother of his was a good person. It seemed like the more dangerous the place was, the happier he was. Both men walked in the nether realm. They kept walking towards the center. After about 2 hours, they saw a building. The style of this building was similar to a shelter. Ling Xiao guessed that it might be the Purple Palace Army's building. Therefore, he walked towards it with Zilong. After asking around, it was true. This place was called the Mission Tower. Completing some special missions for the Purple Palace Army could earn a great reward. Ling Xiao found a mission, and it had the same destination as his. It was to go to the place where the profound nether grass grew. Mission location, profound Nether Valley. Mission objective: investigate the source of the infectious disease in the profound Nether Valley's exploration team. Investigate the cause of death of the exploration team leader. Capture or kill the murderer, double the reward. Ling Xiao knew where the profound Nether Valley was, because it was on the map in his hand. It was a place where the profound nether grass grew. It was also his destination.